urged him to have a big interest rate cut, which the Fed has not done lately. On Wall Street, stock futures are rising after big gains yesterday. I'm Dave Anthony, and this is Fox News.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners. All-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Can you afford not to have effective video surveillance? Is your outdoor inventory at risk? Theft and vandalism can hit your bottom line hard. Stop these events before they happen. Monitor your business 24/7 with alarm detection systems. We prevent crime with live operators watching video alerts, ensuring your assets and employees are secure. It's not worth the liability when you can effectively protect what matters most. Call ADS at 1-630-844-6322 or visit adsalarm.com for a free demo. Alarm license number 127000143. Spending too much on security guards to patrol your property? With rising crime rates, guards may not be enough. And the cost, it's adding up fast. At Alarm Detection Systems, we offer a more innovative solution. Live video monitoring. Cameras provide extra coverage in even the hardest to reach areas. Unlike guards, they never get intimidated. Our operators watch video alerts in real time, cut costs, increase coverage, and stay secure. Call ADS at 1-630-844-6322 or visit adsalarm.com for a free demo. Alarm license number 127000143.
Rick Borick, host of Unleash Your Wealth.
When the stock market struggles, when inflation is high, you need to start looking through the inventory of all your accounts and say, is every one of these investments working as hard as it could be? Because every month during high inflation that you waste, you're losing 8 or 9% a year.
Unleash Your Wealth, Saturday at 7 a.m. and our new time at 2 p.m. here on AM 560, The Answer.
Larry Elder says we had no choice.
You can dislike President Trump all you want, but were there or were there not, according to Hegseth, 20 million illegal aliens intentionally allowed in this country in the last 4 years? Counting the gotaways and the unknown gotaways, nobody really knows. What in the world are we supposed to do? Nothing?
The Larry Elder Show, weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's June 24th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today's upcycling day. It has nothing to do with riding a bike uphill. You take an old object or furniture, add your own flair, and transform it into something new, unique, and beautiful. It started in the 90s, rising to prominence in 2002. Also on this day in 1997, the U.S. Air Force releases a 231-page report dismissing all of those out-of-this-world claims of alien spacecraft crashing into Roswell, New Mexico. In 451, the 10th recorded perihelion passage of Halley's Comet. That means the point in the orbit of the comet at which it is the closest to the sun. Born on this day, actress Nancy Allen in 1950 and actor Peter Weller in 1947. Both stars of the movie RoboCop.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
He's dead, Murphy.
I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
This news alert is brought to you by Secure Controls Incorporated. With no signs of retail theft slowing down, organized retail crime now impacts the overall economy with losses trending toward over $150 billion by 2026. It's important now more than ever to send a message to thieves. If you're a VP or Director of Loss Prevention or Asset Protection, you already are aware of these alarming statistics. How can you protect your inventory and get back to rising profitability? It only takes one click to secure.com. That's SE-KURE.com. With active anti-theft security solutions and products from Secure Controls, you're assured state-of-the-art protection of your merchandise. Secure will keep thieves second-guessing and provide peace of mind to your employees. Check out our products manufactured in the USA. From electronic sensors and alarms to mechanical and clothing security to customized solutions, we're the original inventors of anti-shoplifting products. Request our product catalog today at secure.com, SE-KURE.com, or call 800-250-9265.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, doctors Economos, Gave Alice, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidiscipline practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930, 630-830-4930, or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
This is a special alert during this window replacement season. Don't get tricked by the cheapest offers and gimmicky ads. Now's the time to see and feel the difference of high-performance windows from Valdecas.
When it's time to consider new windows, siding, and doors for your home, you need to look no further. Sebastian Gorka here to tell you about Valdecas. Valdecas has been the trusted name chosen by thousands of homeowners, and they should be your number one choice too. But what's really behind the name Valdecas? Over 25 years of a team dedicated to providing you with the best customer service experience and products that truly bring value to your home. They are a Pella Platinum Elite Status certified contractor for a reason. They have an A+ rating with the BBB, as well as high ratings and positive reviews on both Google and Houzz. Schedule your free in-house consultation at valdecas.com.
Ask about their exclusive manufacturer warranties and their 10-year workmanship guarantee.
Don't wait. Book today at valdecas.com. For the best in class, it's Valdecas.
I'm worried about Mom. She's having a tough time moving around the house.
Oh, I know. She still thinks she can do everything on her own.
Exactly, but I've been over there every day this week, helping her navigate the stairs, cooking meals, reminding her to take her medicine. I'm always nervous when I leave.
You know what? I admire you for taking care of Mom. But your family needs you too. And what if she slips and falls? A friend recommended the caregivers at Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. They service Cook, DuPage, Kane, and Will counties. They guarantee compatibility and they'll conduct a free safety assessment of her home. Plus, they'll provide as little or as much care as Mom needs.
Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest, offering both hourly and live-in care. Schedule a free assessment today by calling 331-281-0728. That's 331-281-0728. Again, that's 331-281-0728. And tell them AM 560 sent you. Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. Senior care, only better.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners. All-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
This is an urgent warning. The recent U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities have pushed us to the brink of a full-blown geopolitical crisis. Retaliation from Iran or its allies is not just possible, it's expected. And that could trigger a chain reaction across the global economy. This is no longer just politics. This is a national security threat, and your retirement could be caught in the crossfire. Every American with a 401k, IRA, or retirement account must act now. Protect your wealth with physical gold and silver today. We are Advantage Gold, the #1 rated precious metals company in America. We've helped thousands secure their wealth, and we can help you too. Call 800-900-8000 right now and request your free gold investment guide. You'll learn how to own physical gold and silver inside your retirement account tax-free and penalty-free. Don't wait. This threat is real. Call 800-900-8000 or visit AdvantageGold.com before the markets spiral out of control. That's 800-900-8000. Past performance may vary. Consult your financial or tax advisor. Call 800-900-8000.
Perhaps you're a collector. Or perhaps all of a sudden you have a collection. Maybe it's an inheritance. How do you know what it's worth? This is Sean Thompson for Donley Auction. The market for antiques and collectibles is changing all the time. What is your collection worth right now? Well, I've got an easy way to find out. It's simple. You contact Donley Auctions. With their worldwide audience of live and in-person auctions, they have a good idea of how to tell you exactly what it's worth at exactly right now. They're ready to put top dollar in your pocket. The bigger the collection, the better. Go to DonleyAuctions.com and get the info on all things that they buy and sell to have an idea of exactly what Donley does and how much they need your collection. They have so many buyers, it's a great time to sell. Just simply make a phone call. Donley has traveled all over the country to pick up collections. Just call and talk to the people at Donley Auctions at 815-923-7000. Donley Auctions is your trusted partner in turning your collections into cash. DonleyAuctions.com.
This is Seth Leibson for Townhall.com. In the wake of America's bombing Iran's nuclear sites, too many partisans and ideologues have broadcast misplaced objections, saying it was imprudent, didn't comport with our or their foreign policy, and was unconstitutional. Such malcontents don't need a gut check, they need a morality check and a fact check. The same Democrats who say this violated war powers cheered when Presidents Obama and Biden fired missiles and dropped bombs in other countries without congressional approval. Moreover, nothing in the War Powers Act, which may not be constitutional, was violated. The president notified Congress, and he hasn't had to comply with a withdrawal order from Congress because our B-2s already withdrew via U-turn after completing their incredible mission. The U.S. just broke the sword of a regime at war with America for over 46 years, a regime that has committed the worst acts of terrorism against thousands of Americans and on the cusp of a nuclear weapon that even its ally, Russia, verified, a regime that has attempted to assassinate our president. This was a pacification mission that should be universally applauded, not denigrated.
Business owners, now's the time for your business to make the move to a locally owned business bank. Hi, Mike Gallagher here to let you know that you don't have to look far. Signature Bank was founded in Chicago with a simple mission to help companies like yours grow, succeed, and thrive. Their decisions are made locally by a terrific team that knows your name, cares about your business, and invests in your success. That's why Signature Bank is my bank. I'm a customer. As business owners, they knew that local family-owned businesses were not getting the help they needed or deserved. So I invite you to reach out to my friends at Signature Bank today. Write the number down. Remember this phone number, Signature Bank, 773-467-5630, and learn all about this great bank, 773-467-5630, or visit them online at signaturebank.bank. That's signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank makes commercial banking personal. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
As you know, our friend Mike Lindell has a passion to help everyone get the best sleep of your life. He didn't stop by simply creating the best pillow. Mike created the best bed sheets ever. They look and feel great, which means an even better night's sleep for me, which is crucial for my busy schedule. Mike is offering the best deal on his Giza Dreams bed sheets. Any size and any color, just $49.98. That's right, you can even get queens, kings, split kings, and cow kings. Any size and any color, just $49.98. Order now because when they're gone, they're gone. Also, for a limited time, time, when your order is over $100, you'll receive $100 in free digital gifts. Call 800-489-0201. Use promo code LIBERTY or go to mypillow.com. Make sure you use the promo code LIBERTY for the amazing offer of $49.98 on the Giza Dreams sheets, any size and any color. That number again is 800-489-0201. Promo code LIBERTY.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Hot and humid, sun and clouds, heavy thunderstorm for this afternoon. Could see some damaging wind, the high 90. Clouds and humid, thunderstorm tonight, low 68. Variable cloudiness, thunderstorm for tomorrow, the high 85. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Well, that did not take long. The 12-day war. Good morning, Amy Jacobson, him. And Jim Urio is here for Dan Proft. And you know what, partner? I didn't give you your proper title yesterday.
What is
You're
it?
host of Futures Edge podcast and special contributor to WirePoint and the proprietor of Brandt's.
Thank you so much for plugging all my stuff. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Well, 312-642-5600. Iran fired back, but it really was just for show. Now there's a ceasefire in place between Israel and Iran, and the White House is calling it the 12-day war. J.D. Vance just happened to be on Fox News moments after President Trump put on Truth Social. Congratulations to everyone. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire in approximately 6 hours from now, at which point the war will be considered ended. Officially, Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start their ceasefire. And so basically, during the ceasefire, the other side will remain peaceful and respectful. On the assumption that everything works as it should, which it will, I would like to congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war. This is a war that could have gone on for years, true, and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't, and never again. God bless Israel. God bless Iran. God bless the Middle East. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the world. Here's J.D. Vance, because what they did is they fired 14 rockets. I'm just going to move this so I can see you. They fired 14 missiles into the Adid, which I've been practicing that pronunciation.
Nice job.
Air base in Qatar. And Qatar forces, they shot down 13, and the 14th one they let go because it was heading to the desert anyway. And but they got warning.
Yeah. Yes.
So what kind of war? So Iran did that just for show because they have no allies. China didn't step up. Russia didn't step up. Their proxies didn't step up. And J.D. Vance just happened to be right on Fox News. Brett Baer got the exclusive of a lifetime when Trump let the world know that there has been a ceasefire.
Well, as the president said, they actually gave us some warning here. And we think they gave us some warning because they didn't want to kill Americans and they didn't want to escalate. There's definitely some symbolism to this, Brett. If you look at the Iranian attack, it was 14 missiles that they telegraphed ahead of time. We dropped 14 bunker buster bombs. As the president told me earlier, our missiles, our bombs were a little bit bigger than their bombs. Our bombs actually accomplished the goal of eliminating their nuclear program. But look, we're happy, again, to restart the peace process as the president just did today.
Was the message delivered directly to the U.S. or through an emissary?
The message is always delivered through some sort of intermediary. That's been consistently true of the Iranians. Of course, we'd love to talk to them. The president's been clear about this. We'd love to have a direct conversation about how we move this thing forward because, again, we got to step back here. Why did the president do what he did over the past week? It's so that we could destroy their nuclear program. If they try to rebuild it, they're going to be on the wrong end of American power once again. We don't want that. I think they don't want that, but the ball's in their hands.
So if you are just looking at social media and hearing, important people who seem to be in the know, some will say, okay, there's a ceasefire. President Trump did great. Others are saying on the other side that, well, there's obviously not a ceasefire. There's still missiles flying. But there was, there was an hour's, but why though?
It was 6 hours because they're already programmed in. I talked to a member of the military yesterday. I said, well, there's a ceasefire. Why are 6 hours for that side, 12 hours? He said, because they're already programmed in.
It's like saying you already reserved the operating room, but the situation cleared up, but you're going to have the surgery anyway. That doesn't make any sense to me. But anyway, so let's put that part aside. Because I will say this, is that we could sit here and debate whether or not it's a real ceasefire, but we can go to the tape. We can go to the futures markets and see what they are telling us. And they are telling us conclusively that they believe there's a ceasefire. Crude oil is down almost 3% right now. The dollar is lower, meaning a less panic buying. Gold is lower. The only thing that's slightly interesting is people were buying bonds last night, which is a traditional safe haven asset. So 10-year yields are down a little bit because they're inverse. So, but I'll say overall, you look at the futures markets and the market is telling us conclusively that they believe there's a ceasefire that's starting now. Until plans change, that's what's happening.
Well, Iran's response is they acknowledge that there is a ceasefire in place.
Okay.
At first they pushed back, but then they acknowledge yes.
Yeah, and all the anti-Trumpers with the big gotcha. Come on.
You mean Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has so much egg on her face this morning?
I tell you what, 6 months in, Steve, and here we are turning back on the campaign promises, and we bombed Iran on behalf of Israel. Yes, it was on behalf of Israel.
No,
we're entering a nuclear war, the World War III. Because the entire world is going to erupt. And you want to know the people that are cheering it on right now? Their tune is going to drastically change the minute we start seeing flag-draped coffins on the nightly news, on Fox News that brainwashes all the baby boomers, and on CNN that brainwashes all the Democrat baby boomers. And that is exactly how this is going to go down.
And I'm sorry, did it go down that way?
It did not.
See, I'm thinking this morning that Trump should get the Nobel Peace Prize because he not only saved... Well, he saved Americans because not one American soldier was injured.
Right.
By the good grace of God and by technology and knowing what was going on, and that Iran fired those missiles just for show, I think. Yeah. He saved Israel. He saved the Middle East, and he could have saved the world from a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, who knows? I agree that there's easily that. But by the way, Marjorie Taylor Greene, can we say we admire her passion? Can that be the good takeaway from that?
I've met her too, and I said, my sister loves you. And she said, well, what about you? I'm like, I don't know.
I'm undecided.
And she said, take a picture with me anyway, and she grabbed me those.
Well, that's a good response.
The woman works out. I respect that, but yes.
But the funny part about the Nobel Peace Prize is when Barack Obama won it, it was understandable because it's lost. It's understandable because I don't have any respect for the prize itself. Is what I mean.
He won because he was the first black president.
Whatever was his resume, I did not see it. He seemed to have dropped a heck of a lot of bombs. In the economics world, like most of the people who I know, if a guy wins the Nobel Prize for economics, it generally means that he has a really, really leftist view on something. And that's not what he won the prize for. But then in the next year or the year after that, like Richard Thaler won the economics Nobel Prize a couple of years ago. He's an advocate of a cashless society. So they can in the future then say, Nobel Prize winning economist Richard Thaler, he favors a cashless society. You should too. So I don't have a ton of respect for that award in general, but it'd be funny as heck if Donald Trump won it because I think it definitely leans left.
All right, back to J.D. Vance with this exclusive interview.
I've always agreed with the president that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. And you try to run the diplomatic process as much as you possibly can. When the president decided that wasn't going to work, he took the action that he had to take. Now we're in a new phase. That action was successful. We had a wildly successful military operation to take out their nuclear program. Now let's go on to the next phase. And I think the president, look, sometimes he's willing to use peace. Sometimes he's willing to use the military. I think it really depends on what the Iranians do from here.
And what do you think they do from here?
Well, it's an open question, Brett. I don't want to predict what the other side will do, but I think that I know what we'll do if they continue to pursue a nuclear weapon. And I hope they don't choose that path because I know the president wants to see the Middle East become peaceful and prosperous in the future. That's not going to happen if Iran pursues a nuclear weapon again.
Let's go to the phone lines. 222 Craig in Mount Greenwood. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Amy, and good morning, Jim. You got a good partner there, Amy, as you often do. And anyways, you're stealing my thunder. You seen exactly what I was seeing, that Trump, by his how he wielded this power that the United States military has with these bombers and all that kind of thing, he brought about something here that probably would not have happened at this point, where the whole dynamic of how Iran is on its knees and the other countries and even like our enemies see all of this, what's going on, and made this opportunity for there to be the ceasefire, and these people have pretty much put down their arms. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she blew it, she missed it, she, thinking all the, as usual with Trump, he does something, and boy, I tell you what, where the critics, especially all of them on the left, will be pounding him in that, and boy, he rises to the top with the outcomes.
Yeah, he's a master negotiator. Thank you, and I'm so proud of him. I mean, he's a badass.
Okay, I think there's no question now. Like, even the real detractors, like, they're going to have a bad day, because I don't think this is.
Well, wasn't it with Steve Bannon? I mean, even a little bit of Charlie Kirk. They were all questioning.
Yeah. Which,
why
by the way,
is
it so bad to question it at first? I thought, let's have some open dialogue. Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene was wrong. I mean, there's no question about it.
Well, she was like hyperventilating, saying it's going to be World War III, and people are going to be in flag-draped coffins coming home from the Middle East.
Sure, and she's doing it for political reasons, most probably, because she's a politician. But the Charlie Kirks of the world, like, can we? I mean, there's supposed to be opinion journalists. Okay, you're not going to be right on everything. So.
All right, Robert, real quickly in Bloomingdale. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. There's going to be no ceasefire. They're going to wait for the Ayatollah to come out. He's going to get blown up, and some general's going to come out as the new supreme leader of Iran. There's going to be this war is going to go on for a while. There's going to be no ceasefire. It's the art of the deal. You deal and then you drop a bomb.
Okay, we'll see what happens, but we're going to pick up this conversation on the other side of the break. And did you hear what LA County Sheriff's Department
I saw the
release? We're going to talk about that as well.
I saw it.
But now let's head into the newsroom, and here are the headlines.
Good morning. It's 79 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is confirming a ceasefire between Israel and Iran.
In his announcement, Netanyahu thanked the United States for its help in going after Iran's nuclear facilities and said the goal of eliminating Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile threat had been achieved. The two sides exchanged attacks up until the last minute. Israel reportedly launched a massive strike on Iran overnight, while Iran attacked southern Israel right before the ceasefire took effect. President Trump first gave word of a ceasefire deal on Monday. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A major national grocery store chain is closing dozens of stores.
Kroger announced plans to close approximately 60 stores over the next 18 months to streamline operations and enhance efficiency. The closures will result in a $100 million impairment charge, but are expected to provide a modest financial benefit long term. The Cincinnati-based grocery chain has not disclosed what locations will be affected, but it assured that all employees from the closing stores will be offered positions at other locations. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
This report is sponsored by Discover. Guess what? Discover's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, 99%. If you don't think so, maybe it's time to face facts. You're stuck in the past. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report, learn more at discover.com/credit card. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Mike Gallagher reflects on the past decade.
10 years ago this week, Donald Trump came down the golden escalator. And for a decade now, we have seen the political landscape, the cultural landscape, we've seen it all upended. It's been completely upended by this man. He's changed everything, and it's a big deal.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Charlie Kirk at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This news alert is brought to you by Secure Controls Incorporated. With no signs of retail theft slowing down, organized retail crime now impacts the overall economy with losses trending toward over $150 billion by 2026. It's important now more than ever to send a message to thieves. If you're a VP or Director of Loss Prevention or Asset Protection, you already are aware of these alarming statistics. How can you protect your inventory and get back to rising profitability? It only takes one click to secure.com. That's SE-KURE.com. With active anti-theft security solutions and products from Secure Controls, you're assured state-of-the-art protection of your merchandise. Secure will keep thieves second-guessing and provide peace of mind to your employees. Check out our products manufactured in the USA. From electronic sensors and alarms to mechanical and clothing security to customized solutions, we're the original inventors of anti-shoplifting products. Request our product catalog today at secure.com, SE-KURE.com, or call 800-250-9265.
Are you turning 65 and thinking about Medicare? Or are you over 65 and haven't enrolled yet because you still have coverage at work? Either way, Medicare done correctly will be the best health insurance you will ever have. Imagine having an annual deductible of only $257. There are only two good things about aging, wisdom and Medicare. But to navigate the Medicare maze properly, you need a mentor. Best part? My guidance costs you nothing. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Medicare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than a decade. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
Hey, heard you're getting ready to move.
We just listed our house on the market.
Just make sure you have the right attorney.
Doesn't the real estate agent take care of all that?
They stay involved, but you want to make sure you have a great lawyer that's negotiating the terms, helping resolve inspection items, clearing up title issues, preparing the deed and other documents, and attending the closing.
The attorneys at Nauman & Associates in Elk Grove Village have decades of experience handling real estate transactions every day all over Chicagoland. NALawGroup.com.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive makes bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Times of clouds and sun. It'll be hot and humid today. Heavy thunderstorm for the afternoon. Could see some damaging wind, the high 90. Clouds and humid. Thunderstorm or 2 tonight, low 68. Variable cloudiness. Thunderstorm for tomorrow and the high near 85. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
All right, the 12-day war, that's what President Trump is calling, is over. After Iran fired 14 missiles at our air base in Qatar. Qatar helped out, fired back. It was just for show because Iran is weak. They are on their knees right now. No support from China or Russia or any proxies. And Israel, they were still fighting back and forth. And that should be wrapping up here soon, we hope. But J.D. Vance talking about it on Fox News with Bret Baier.
We had a very particular objective. It was profound and difficult to accomplish. The elimination of the Iranian nuclear program. And I think the president successfully did that. You're asking, were the Iranians close to a nuclear weapon? Brett, they were very close to a nuclear weapon. And what I encourage my fellow Americans to think about here is that a week ago, the Iranians were quite close to achieving a nuclear weapon. Now they cannot build a nuclear weapon. That is the biggest testament to the president's leadership and to the success of our mission. In 1 week, without, thank God so far, not losing a single American casualty, we have taken what was a threatening nuclear program that could have destabilized the entire world. Now that program is gone. We did it through effective presidential leadership and also some very, very competent work from our troops.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. We were talking about Republicans who push back, who question the idea, some, hair on fire, or this is going to be World War III. But when you have the support of Van Jones from CNN, you got this right.
Buying himself some time in some room. I was also in the Holy Land very recently. I think progressives underestimate how dangerous Iran is. Iran is not a normal country. Normal countries don't blind women because they showed some hair. They don't empower little gangs and proxies to surround a country and fire rockets and rape people. So Iran, the two things are clear. The what, they cannot have a bomb, and the why, because they say death to America, death to Israel, and death to all the Jews. One of those should offend you if you're progressives. At least one should offend you. And so the question, though, is the who and the how. Is Israel going to take out this nuclear capacity by dropping people there who blow it up? Or is America going to take it out by dropping a bomb that blows it up? But the what and the why are clear, and I think progressives should get on board with that. We cannot have a nuclear-armed Iran. I was in the region. You were in the region. This is a very dangerous power that cannot get a nuclear weapon.
Let that sink in, liberals. Oh, you got to turn on your mic. Sorry. There we go. I don't know. We'll turn it on for you. You're so what?
I'm amazed at, to hear actual real journalism, like real logical and critical thinking from CNN, from Van Jones. I feel like I should just go back to bed. What's happening here?
I know.
Can you help with this? Is this the right world?
It helps. It's refreshing. And speaking of logical thinking, did you see what the LA Sheriff's Department put on X?
I did. Yes.
I hope and if you haven't heard about this, listen up. LA County Sheriffs, this is on Twitter, X. Our hearts go out to the victims and families impacted by the recent bombings in Iran.
Ooh.
While this tragic event occurred overseas, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department is closely monitoring the situation alongside our local, state, and federal partners. At the moment, there are no known threats to Los Angeles County. However, out of an abundance of caution, such a COVID term, we are increasing patrol checks at places of worship. Well, they had to apologize.
New at 8, the LA County Sheriff's Department apologizing for a now deleted post to X they made over the weekend after Iran's nuclear sites were bombed. It said, "Our hearts go out to the victims and families impacted by the recent bombings in Iran." After getting much public criticism, Sheriff's Department took down the post. They later apologized, saying it was offensive and inappropriate. Department says, as a law enforcement agency, we do not comment on foreign policy or military matters. It says the post was made in error.
Okay, they should say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit the send button.
Somebody hacked my account.
Yeah, that's coming next.
That's coming next, of course.
I mean, what a bunch of fools.
And particularly from a sheriff's department of a city that can't get their act together. And I know you and I are broadcasting from a city that can't get its act together either. But you just concentrate on your own stuff, please, for a second. Save yourself the embarrassment. You looked like a fool, not because, you looked like a fool and it was an accident, just because you kind of are fools, it seems like.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Let's go to Marvin in Burlington, Wisconsin.
Good morning.
Hi, Marvin.
You'd love to think that these leaders in Iran would take this opportunity to do what's best for its own people. If they want to live in a stone age, that's fine, but don't force that on anybody else. And in some ways, just do what's best for their own society. But I believe that the leaders have so much hatred for the Jews. It's their whole life to devise and scheme on ways to hurt the Jewish people in any way they can, that they will overcome any thought of or chance of making a better life for their own society. And I think they'll violate the ceasefire eventually, and they'll be at it again. And the Jewish people...
They're going to be watching them. And basically, Trump, part of this negotiation, it's, we're not going to tell you how to live your life, but...
Yeah, well they should.
But we're going to be watching your nuclear sites to make sure you're not stockpiling uranium more than 60% that you can spin into 90, which then you could spin into bombs.
Amen. But by the way, he hits on a great point that's not talked about enough when he said about Iran's hatred of Israel and the Jews. And they also hate the USA, as evidenced by the Death to America chants for 40 years. But the point is that if you're in the debate of who should be our ally in the region, well, the enemy of your enemy becomes your friend independent of everything else. You know what I mean? Just for stability's sake.
But there might be some civil unrest there. If they bring back the internet, they've blocked out the internet. So 60% of Iranians are 30 years old and younger.
Okay, really?
And a lot of them, they want to live a free life. Like women want to go swimming with boys or just swim in general and show their hair again, maybe drive, things that they used to do in the 80s. So they want that back, but they don't have any way to communicate with each other.
Yeah, no doubt. But I was talking more about the regime that is. Yes, right.
All right. I don't know. I'm doing this to ourselves. Philip in Blue Island, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hi, Philip.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Thank you. It's still interesting to me that a country that can drop a bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, an atomic bomb and kill millions of people. Well, you got Russia. I think they got like 5,300 atomic bombs or nuclear weapons. I think U.S. has somewhere around 5,100. Israel even have 90. My God, why do these countries get to dictate to countries that they hate? They're always talking about how all the Arab states hate Israel or hate the U.S. or are they the most terrorists. But the countries that's dropping the most bombs, that's killing the most people, are the U.S., Israel, and the West. How is it possible, even with Russia? I don't know where Russia stands, but my question is, if Russia decides that Iran can have a bomb, because they got the most of them, what is that going to open up? Even if China, because I think China has somewhere around 60 bombs or something. The nuclear deterrent is important because, again, you got Israel with 90 bombs that could just decimate Arabia, all the Arab states. So I don't understand what gives the U.S. the right to this moral high ground, which they don't have.
Well, you're suggesting
we're the world leader.
Well, we didn't lose the moral high ground because of something that happened 80 years ago. At the end of World War II, which between the two wars killed 3% of the world's population. I think that making an argument for something drastic back then, and I'm not even saying we have 100% the moral high ground. I'm just saying that argument about dropping nuclear weapons, that's a bad argument in my opinion, my friend.
Text message, Amy, Charlie Kirk never wavered. He has been with Trump all the way. Okay. Mark in Oak Lawn, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Amy and Jim, thanks for taking my call. How are you?
Good.
Were you mad that I dogged the South Side yesterday, Oak Lawn friend?
It's South
Side. We can do that, right? It's all in the name of humor.
We can.
Okay, good.
Hey, I just wanted to make the point. Congratulations to Trump and his administration, J.D. Vance. What a job well done with the secrecy of pulling this off.
Yep.
And the biggest thing that it really helps avoid a war. And that's the one thing that I think Trump is sincere with his intentions to go over there and take out this program. The previous presidents, like Obama, especially Bush, he started that war in Iraq. And it was all based on himself and Cheney just going over there, and they were like pirates trying to make money, and trying to steal Iraq's country and toppling it. And I don't think Trump wants to do that. And I really think the American people, they're just tired of these stupid wars and bringing back people in body bags. And, all these politicians, they've never fought. They're great at creating wars. I remember that guy Blumenthal in Connecticut. He said he was over in Vietnam fighting in the middle of a jungle. And then it was found out that he was never over there.
Yeah.
I'm just glad these wars, and Trump is really doing it well with his strength, with peace. And let's hope that we don't have to go through another Iraq ever again.
God bless you. Thanks, Mark. But even though this ceasefire agreement has been signed, we still have to worry about lone wolves.
Yeah, of course.
Because U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi reminded us yesterday.
There's a report, of over 1,500 Iranian nationals that have entered the country illegally over the last several years. Do we know out of those over 1,500, how many of those have been convicted of a crime?
I don't have the number of the conviction, but it's well over 1,000 have entered. Yes, I don't know if it's quite up to 1,500, but yes, it's well over 1,000 have entered our country. And I can tell you we are on high alert, and everyone is looking at that very closely.
And they went on to say that they are looking for some to make sure they're not doing anything nefarious. Sure. And Kristi Noem, sleeper cells.
We've seen some from overseas and some that have been here, maybe gone overseas for a short period of time, become radicalized and come back, or individuals that are right here in the United States.
And they're looking for them.
Sure, but
this is the Trump administration. The Biden administration let them in. Thank you very much. Yeah. And now they're looking for them to deport them if they've committed a crime. Or on a watch list. They're not going to mess around.
I hope they don't mess around. But this is, I guess, one of the reasons I'm like only 90% as celebratory as some of the callers about this. I want to wait till Saturday or Sunday and just it's got to simmer for a second. Obviously, tempers are pretty hot. Is that fair or not?
No, that's fair. Okay. Where I'm just like, give us a
I know, but I'm glad of that. But by the way, there's something else I noticed too, is that I love the fact that we who are supposedly on the right, although I have no idea what that even means anymore, we can argue amongst ourselves all the time. That's one thing that's different about what I view as the far left. They have to take whatever they're told and have complete unity. We don't need that. It's not two sides of the same coin. It's a totally different way of thinking, in my opinion.
And people curious, are you sure that we destroyed their nuclear program?
No, I'm not sure.
Well, J.D. Vance was asked that question.
I can't emphasize this enough, Brett. We have destroyed the Iranian nuclear program. 0 Americans have died. That's an amazing, amazing thing. Americans, whether Democrats or Republicans, we should be celebrating that.
So, Amy, are you sure?
I'm not 100% sure because one of my family members, who is a retired colonel in the Army, Reserves, said, Amy, nobody's talking about this. Iran withdrew from the UN International Atomic Energy Agency. That's IAEA that everyone talks about.
Right.
They withdrew from it yesterday. I am horrified that no one's talking about this. This action completely removes any further surveillance, inspections, and reports. In other words, Iran just turned off the UN's eyes. This tells me that they're still doing things that they don't want watched. And since they made the peace overtures, they could extend out the time necessary to craft a legitimate long-term peace, allowing them time to relocate and rebuild.
Right. As someone who has a lot of experience with doing things that I don't want watched, I would say that seems untoward.
I was going to say how Italian of you, but I won't because I don't want any email.
Somebody said about the Bitcoin thing is, about digital currency, and they're like, well, I mean, if you have nothing to hide, you wouldn't mind. I have tons of stuff to hide, right? So, I mean, and some of it even legally. But anyway, moving right along.
Well, this sounds fantastic.
Yes.
Dawn in Batavia here on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hi, Dawn.
Hello, Amy. Thank you for taking my call. I greatly do appreciate it. I wish everybody a good morning. I'm going to say this from the perspective of a founding American. As I mentioned yesterday, I am of direct matrilineal descent from founding families of the country.
Yep, we got it.
We know. Yep.
We know.
Right. Okay. And I'm going to say this from the perspective of a physicist. And as a woman who's a mom, and my son-in-law is a U.S. Army veteran from Operation Iraqi Freedom. He served this nation honorably as a special ops assignment. I won't go into that any more than that.
Okay.
I believe that Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson hold the correct position on this matter. We need to attend to the needs of our people. Our veterans from prior wars are still suffering and need attention. Our children are having difficulty being able to afford homes and the other things to be able to raise a family in this country. We need to focus on our country and not being the bulldog for a foreign country.
All right. Thank you,
Now,
Dawn. Okay. Yes.
With respect to Iran, and it's Iran, not Iran. Let's try to be diplomatic and recognize how people pronounce the names of their countries.
Okay. Potato.
Okay.
Chicago. Yes. Go on.
Right. With respect to nuclear matters, now I'm going to speak to this as a physicist.
Dawn, we're going to have to pick up this pace, or I'm going to have to let you go, dear. And I don't mean to be disrespectful, but we're up against the clock.
Then I'll call back tomorrow and we'll talk a little more.
Okay. Well, did anybody get the sense that Dawn was a school teacher?
It sounds like it. Well, the thing about
and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but
I know.
I mean,
and about concentrating
go
on
through her
domestic
lineage
matters
every time she calls in.
Yeah, Dawn, you're 100% right about how we should be focusing on domestic matters. That's very reasonable.
I want to get back to that.
Yeah,
because the average the average age now for new homeowners went from 26 to 32.
Yeah, and you want to talk about that and why housing is so expensive.
Mortgage rates too.
Well, because of mortgage rates, but also the regulations that are needed to build these homes. Like that's why nobody builds 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes anymore. Is because the first $80,000 of the whole thing is just regulatory building permits. It's gotten so ridiculously out of hand. If you want to talk about unaffordable housing, I can talk about that all day. But okay, yeah.
All right, let's go to Dennis Dennis in Crystal Lake. Well, hello.
Well, Amy and Jim, you're talking on my wheelhouse. I was just at the VA in Hines yesterday. Tell the lady, Dawn, that I've been going there for 35 years since I retired. Let me tell you what, these people, the bureaucracy, it's not the doctors. The bureaucracy is so entrenched there. They defaced Trump, the VA secretary, all their pictures as soon as you walk in the door, and they haven't replaced them yet. That's how much they give a crap about this nation. Them people are not going to correct anything. They don't care about the vets. The doctors do. The nurses do. It's the people you got to get through to get to them. And on your uncle's point, the IAEA is has the IQ of a dry sponge. So you ain't going to find out nothing from them. They can withdraw all the way to Uranus for all I give a hell.
All right. Thanks, Dennis. Appreciate your contributions.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
Enjoy uninterrupted programming from Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson around the clock, all day, every day, including daily replays of Chicago's Morning Answer on Dan and Amy 24/7. Listen now at danandamy247.com.
Experience a luxurious summer when you visit Trump International Hotel and Towers, Chicago, a Forbes Travel Guide 5-star hotel. Take in stunning views of the Chicago skyline from the heart of the city, steps away from the iconic Magnificent Mile and the revitalized Riverwalk. Treat yourself to exquisite dining at Terra 16 Restaurant and Rebar Lounge, overlooking the Chicago River and Lake Michigan. Catch Watch the Navy Pier fireworks display from Terrace 16's patio on Wednesdays and Saturdays all summer long. Relax in immaculately designed suites that offer the utmost level of comfort. Refresh in the state-of-the-art spa featuring a 75-foot swimming pool, steam and sauna rooms, relaxation lounge, and more. The Trump Hotel Chicago offers sophistication and elegance to downtown Chicago and is a convenient travel destination for your summer getaway. Simply visit Trump Chicago online to make your reservations today and search offers to find the never settle summer stay. Book today.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Pluto TV.
AM 560, The Answer.
Jimmy Rio, you and I were talking about my eyes cannot stop watering. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
But hopefully it's going to rain today in the afternoon and just take all that pollen and you know what out of the air.
Could it be part of the Canadian fires too or whatever?
I think those have been tamped down. Because normally if there's a Canadian fire smoke alert, it's on my handy dandy sheet here.
Oh, is it? Nice.
And I don't have it.
Yeah.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, the Chicago Tribune editorial board has a warning for you New York City voters. Today is Election Day for the mayoral primary. There's about 19 different candidates. 2 are neck and neck, and they are Cuomo.
Great.
He's making a comeback.
Sure.
And this guy, Zohran.
Well, I think it's Mandani. That's how I'm going with it. So let's call him Mandani.
He's very progressive, and they have a warning for all of you.
Yeah.
It is now 6 a.m. WIND Chicago.
Both sides violated the ceasefire. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. President Trump just said that, adding he's unhappy with Iran and really unhappy with Israel with its vow to retaliate to Iranian missile launches. The president just told reporters moments ago Israel should not drop its bombs. Bring your pilots home.
The Iranian political echelon is denying that they had anything to do with this violation of the ceasefire. But just when the ceasefire was about 4 hours old, the IDF now says it was 2 missiles that flew into the north of Israel, both of them intercepted.
Fox's Mike Tobin and Beersheba were just before the ceasefire went into effect. An Iranian missile hit, killing at least 4 Israelis.
In recent minutes, we have seen the volunteers from Zaka combing through the rubble, trying to gather the remains of people who may be inside of the rubble. The Zaka volunteers are the people with the grim task of putting people back together for a proper Jewish burial.
President Trump also told reporters after Israeli and U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities that Iran will never rebuild that program, feared to be making weapons. Now, that could be a big topic at the NATO summit in the Netherlands. The president is about to fly there.
NATO's leaders will dine with the Dutch King and Queen this evening, but Ukraine is looking for scraps from the table. Whereas the Russian invasion dominated previous summits, this year it's much lower down the agenda. President Zelensky gets a meeting with the alliance's Secretary General today. Mark Rutte announced yesterday that European countries had pledged $35 billion to Ukraine's defence this year, up from $20 billion.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage in The Hague. The Supreme Court gives the Trump administration a win in the push to deport more illegal immigrants, lifting a lower court order blocking migrants being sent to countries they're not from.
Attorneys representing migrants from places like Vietnam and Burma challenged those deportations to a third-party country. A source with knowledge of the situation told Fox News the original flight was sent to Djibouti.
That's Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 79 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Residents in the Humboldt Park neighborhood on the west side are taking action against violent crime. Hundreds gathered to kick off the Hope on the Block initiative. 36th Ward Alderman Gilbert Velez
says far too long, drug sales and crime has been an issue in Humboldt Park.
Parents have to dodge drug dealers to take their kids to school. Parents have to dodge drug dealers to go to the grocery store.
He says for far too long, drug sales and crime have been major issues in Humboldt Park. Organizers of the initiative plan to launch this week by utilizing prayer, resources, and a visible presence in the neighborhood. The head of the Chicago Teachers Union is calling on leaders of the Chicago public schools to do what it needs to do to avoid cuts. Speaking to the City Club of Chicago yesterday, CTU President Stacey Davis Gates argued that the district should borrow funds to address a $529 million budget deficit.
These are not math problems. These are choices between whether students get a math teacher or a chemistry teacher or nothing at all.
Gates also said that CPS is connected to a larger national agenda to strip down public education. CPS leaders have yet to announce plans on how to balance the budget. 3 people are recovering following a shooting at a family gathering in suburban Elgin. The incident happened early Sunday morning on Gingerwood Lane. Authorities say officers responded to the residence after reports of shots fired inside the home. Before the gunfire, a fight broke out inside the home that moved inside, where it continued. A 70-year-old man, a 26-year-old man, and a 21-year-old woman were shot. The victims were taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries and are in stable condition. News is a service of Quick Delivery Service. Make Quick Delivery Service your personal ground crew. Anytime, anywhere, any place when you need to move your shipment or freight, Quick Delivery will get it there. Get a quote in advance and eliminate any surprises at quickdelivery.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Charlie Kirk sees a big decision for the president.
Israel has done a lot of work in Iran. They have bombed a lot of targets, but there are some nuclear facilities hidden within a mountain. It is within a deep, deep bunker. President Donald Trump has to make a very important decision. Does the United States get involved kinetically against Iran?
The Charlie Kirk Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Hugh Hewitt at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
We all know the importance of good daily habits, whether it's getting your steps in, stretching those limbs, or eating right. Doing it on the regular is key. That's why if you're dealing with everyday aches and pain, it's time to bring Relief Factor into your routine. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a special formula of 4 natural ingredients. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So call 1-800-4-RELIEF and try their 3-week quick start for only $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Simply call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're having pain, don't let it keep you from living the life you want. Make Relief Factor part of your daily routine. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
Hey, Amy Jacobson here, and OMG, I was absolutely speechless when I saw my new garage floor. Level 10 Coatings did such an amazing job, and now my garage floor shines. Level 10 Coatings specializes in expert garage floor coatings for both residential and commercial spaces. Their floors are durable, easy to maintain, and best of all, done in just 1 day. Hey, if you've been thinking about upgrading your garage floor with that shiny new showroom look, please call my good friends at Level 10 Coatings at 855-510-2628 or book your free consultation online at level10coatings.com. And here's a bonus. Mention me, Amy Jacobson, and you'll get $500 off your project. Call 855-510-2628 or visit level10coatings.com today, or call 855-510-2628.
Big or small, we coat them all. Level 10 Coatings, your custom concrete coating solution.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 15 minutes. Outbound, about 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, about 11 minutes. Outbound, about 19 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 16 minutes. Outbound, about 13 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 23 minutes. Outbound, about 15 minutes. On the Dan Bryan inbound from 95th to the Burn Interchange, 13 minutes. Outbound, about 11 minutes. On the Chicago Skyway westbound from the Indiana State Line to the Dan Bryan, 7 minutes. The other direction, about 4 minutes. Traffic is a service of Fox Valley Coins. This is a great time to bring in your scrap, gold jewelry, and sterling flatware. Cash or check offered on the spot. FoxValleyCoins.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Times of clouds and sun. It'll be hot and humid today. Heavy thunderstorm for the afternoon. Could see some damaging wind, the high 90. Clouds and humid. Thunderstorm or 2 tonight, low 68. Variable cloudiness. Thunderstorm for tomorrow and the high near 85. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
We always like to highlight heroes here at AM 560, The Answer, and we have one on the line. I know that there's a lot been going on with bombing of Iranian nuclear sites and their retaliation, which was kind of just a joke, but because they warned us ahead of time, and thank God no Americans died. But while this was taking place, there was something, I don't want to say the word spectacular, but something very moving and very heroic going on in Detroit, Michigan at Cross Point Community Church. A volunteer security team member, he stopped an attempted mass shooting at a local church in Wayne on Sunday. No parishioners were killed, thanks in part to Jay Trombley. And joining us now on our Turnkey.pro answer line is Jay Trombley. Mr. Trombley, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. So just, I know I heard about this, but not enough about it. And so that's why we wanted to have you on the program to talk about it. Start with just how this whole ordeal unfolded.
So details are continuing to emerge.
Mm-hmm.
And as our safety team handled this situation and the law enforcement showed up, we did have to separate to give statements and stuff. So it's been a couple days. We haven't had a chance to all discuss and the what happened, each of our roles in protecting our building. And it was not me. It was not just me. The man who came to attack our church came to the parking lot, drew attention to himself. One of our deacons was running late to service, and he noticed the man. He talked to the man. He saw the man with all his tactical gear on, his rifle. Richard was out of the truck, spoke to the man. The man looked at him, showed him his weapon, did not attack Richard. He didn't want to lose that element of surprise from what we figured. And he started walking down the front of the building to our main entrance, which was locked. He would not have opened the door and got in. He could have broke the glass and got in.
But didn't he fire 5 shots into the double pane glass, but it stopped it?
We're not exactly sure how that worked.
Okay.
That was a window to our sanctuary. We don't know. As I came in to this mess, Richard hit this man with his truck. As this man was running through around the front of the building to try to get in, Richard came and hit this man with his truck and put him down. The man then started firing, and that's when I went towards the sound. I was told, I turned around, I heard the noise, looked behind me, a young woman said, AR-15, and I said, what was that noise? I originally thought it was a mechanical issue in the building. And it sounded like something mechanical in the heating and cooling or something. And that was what my initial brain thought was. And so I knew then, and I went to the lobby, and another one of our safety team members was on the west end of the building, exited through the west side of the building, and came around the front. he and the gunman exchanged fire before I got there. And then I evaluated what I was seeing, which was just hard to explain. The other security guard came from the sanctuary safety team member, and he and I were in the lobby together. The man turned and fired and sprayed what I believe was automatic fire through our lobby, through the windows. My other safety team member was hit in the calf. I don't know how I didn't get hit. I just don't know. I know God's hand covered and protected all of us in each step that Deacon Richard was late to church, that John had just asked if I needed somebody else to help with security that day. He had just gone and got his security gear on and was making himself a cup of coffee. So it had him on the west end of the building to bring him around to engage from the other direction, which gave me time to get in and see what was going on and not walk into a hail of bullets, immediately.
So I got to ask before we go any further, what denomination are you? I mean, I usher at my church. I have been for 12 years, and we don't lock the doors, and we don't have a security team. So why do you feel a need to have a security team in place and then you lock the doors? Have you received threats, outside threats?
Church, violence against churches has been on the rise for 2 decades.
I agree. Yep.
And over a decade ago, some members of our church, good godly men, brought it to the leadership of our church to do this, to put together a team. We have gone through, and we started with the security team, and we brought our security protocols up to a certain level, and then we changed it to a safety team to where we have protocol for everything. Bad weather, a fire in the building, where to evacuate, how the teachers of the Sunday school kids can get to an evacuation place, how the parents can get there. It's a program that we have been developing for over a year, or for over a decade, and we continue to evolve to protect our church family. It's not just bad guys. I never expected this to happen. My prayer at the end of a training session, whether it be a hand-to-hand, whether it be first aid, whether it be firearms training, was that in 20 years from this meeting, that all these meetings, all this time we spent together learning how to protect our church family from an episode like this, we just prayed that 20 years from now, we just look back at was good fellowship, that we never had to use any of this skills.
Right.
Evil came to our doorstep Sunday morning, and we had to put those skills to use. Pray to God we never have to do it again. God covered us, put each person on our safety team and each church member in just the right place to save his people, to use each of us to save his people, to save our families.
So Jay, I just want to say one thing, is that, you say, I'm not a hero, and you give the grace to God, and I think that that's wonderful. So many people wonder, how they would react in a situation so chaotic and dangerous. And I will say that you and the other gentleman you mentioned, then you don't have to wonder about that anymore. You guys stood up, and perhaps it was because of your faith, perhaps because of your training, but you did a great service. And then I look at the media coverage of this. Had you guys not been there, this story, what could have happened?
Multiple fatalities.
Why can't we cover it more when somebody like you and your team stepped up to stop this? I just want to say, I guess that's not a question, but just a thanks.
You're welcome. I was told yesterday, somebody researched all they could about attacks on churches and houses of worship. And this is the only time they could find that in one of these attacks, nobody in the congregation was killed.
Wow.
This is the first time that just the shooter lost his life.
And let's talk about. Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting. Yeah.
No, that doesn't pale on me. I realize that I don't know. Yesterday, this was a bad guy that I stopped from hurting my people. At one point yesterday, in a discussion I was having with somebody, they talked about the man's father coming and was trying to get on site. So it had to stop me and think that this young man was about the same age as my son. So,
Yeah, he was 31 years old. His name's Brian Browning, and I normally don't like to say their names, but his mother was a parishioner there. Was he involved in your church too?
From what I understand, he had been there several times last fall. Okay. And then a few times this spring or this past winter, he had met with our pastor. I was not, he did not seem familiar to me. I pretty much see everybody come in and out. I know the people who are there for years. It's my job to look at the people who I don't know. He does not ring a bell to me. So it's striking me that what has happened.
Right.
And, this man had a family and
did he leave any note behind or any manifesto or?
I don't know if he's left he came in ready to go. His vehicle was full of ammunition. He had on full tactical gear. He had 2 weapons. He had a handgun and a rifle.
Oof.
The bomb dog alerted on his vehicle. We had to evacuate the whole area, put all of our, parishioners out in a field for many hours in the scorching heat. In our community there was neighbors to our church that back up to our east facility that were opening their gates, that were bringing food and water and medicine and everything that they could do to help. The community then brought in buses and bussed those people down to a safe place that was air conditioned to get them. It was about 10 o'clock at night before we could get back into the building and get vehicles and retrieve people's phones and medicine and whatever they needed.
How are you processing all of this, and has it sunk in?
I don't know. I'm just trying to go day by day here, and like I said, yesterday it hit me for a minute about the loss of life of this young man and that I took his life. But I know that he was there to take many more.
Right.
I will reconcile that when the time comes. I'm doing all right. I take notice, and as the details emerge, I realize how much everybody else had a hand in this. Initially, it looked like, between the deacon and myself, but I know he was exchanging gunfire with another one of our safety team members in front of the building. That man was hiding behind an air conditioning unit. An air conditioning unit is not a good source of protection against a high-powered rifle. The front of our building is laced with bullet holes. And
yeah, I saw that on the news.
And I know how. God was protecting us. God had his hand on us in every aspect to protect us. The devil sent his man to this door to fight our people. And it's, the devil felt threatened by what our church does. And that's why he came to us.
Okay. All right, Jay Trombley, we appreciate so much sharing your story with us and what your heroic efforts, and we'll be praying for you. And Jay Trombley, he's a member of the Cross Point. I do think I said Grosse Point, but I used to live in Michigan. Cross Point Community Church in Wayne, Michigan, and part of their safety team. And thank you so much, Jay, for sharing your story.
You're welcome.
Okay, God bless. Thank you. You too. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Can you afford not to have effective video surveillance? Is your outdoor inventory at risk? Theft and vandalism can hit your bottom line hard. Stop these events before they happen. Monitor your business 24/7 with alarm detection systems. We prevent crime with live operators watching video alerts, ensuring your assets and employees are secure. It's not worth the liability when you can effectively protect what matters most. Call ADS at 1-630-844-6322 or visit adsalarm.com for a free demo. Alarm license number 127000143. Spending too much on security guards to patrol your property? With rising crime rates, guards may not be enough. And the cost, it's adding up fast. At Alarm Detection Systems, we offer a more innovative solution. Live video monitoring. Cameras provide extra coverage in even the hardest to reach areas. Unlike guards, they never get intimidated. Our operators watch video alerts in real time, cut costs, increase coverage, and stay secure. Call ADS at 1-630-844-6322 or visit adsalarm.com for a free demo. Alarm license number 127000143.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Robert Anderson, president of McLaughlin Body Company in the Quad Cities, and a customer of Signature Bank. When our 100-year-old family-owned manufacturing company was looking for a new bank, we found an excellent partner with Signature Bank. Signature Bank understands the challenges with manufacturing in today's highly competitive environment. We recently participated in the New Markets Tax Credit Program, and we're fortunate to have the experts at Signature Bank help us navigate the complexities of this program. With Signature Bank's support, we were able to expand not only our facility, but ultimately our business. If you're looking for a trusted banking partner for your business, look to Chicago's own Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hi, Amy Jacobson here, and I won't sugarcoat it. Crime in Illinois is rampant. Every day we hear about home invasions, armed robberies, carjackings. It's terrifying. That's why I turned to Goldilocks for my home security. My family and I feel so much safer. They showed me what intruders look for and installed a state-of-the-art smart security system. They offer HD cameras, motion sensors, smart locks, and real-time mobile alerts. I check mine all the time. So whether I'm home or not, I know who's at my door and who shouldn't be. Goldilocks also secures businesses of all sizes. They have security doors, keyless entry, 24/7 monitoring. Trust me, you'll never regret being prepared, but you may regret doing nothing. Tell them Amy Jacobson sent you, and Goldilocks will include 3 months of monitoring for free with any new install. Call Goldilocks today, 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600, or visit them online at GoldilocksInc.com.
This is Molly Hemingway of The Federalist. Join me, my husband Mark of Real Clear Investigations, CNN political commentator Scott Jennings, Dr. Carl Truman of Grove City College, and others for the 2025 Making the Case Conference, Friday, July 18th and Saturday, July 19th at Concordia University, Chicago. Learn more at issuesetc.org. Making the Case, July 18th and 19th in Chicago. issuesetc.org.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, we have some breaking news here. At the top of the hour, Fox News brought it to you as well, but apparently the ceasefire isn't going well. And Trump, on his way to the NATO summit at The Hague, spoke with reporters.
I think they both violated it. I'm not sure they did it intentionally. They couldn't rein people back. I don't like the fact that Israel went out this morning at all, and I'm going to see if I can stop it. So as soon as I get away from you, I'm going to see if I can stop it. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either.
But he does realize that this fight has been going on for decades.
Yes.
And then listen up, everybody. We got a little bit of a mouth on him.
You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
Wow. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Now, I'm old enough to remember from an hour ago when you said to me, I don't think that the ceasefire is going to hold. Is that right, guys? Do we have the tape here? Remember that, Jim Uriel?
I do. I wasn't sure we were live at that point, but I wanted to see a couple days. But again, okay, and the people listening to this show are going to get sick of this, and I'm sorry, I'm going to do it again because the markets and the big money tells you what the world thinks of these stories. And as these have been breaking, crude oil is still down 3%. It's gone down actually further from where it was before.
How much is barrel of oil right now?
Right, crude oil.
No,
right
because crude oil. Excuse me.
66. Well, there's two different kinds. There's Brent and there's WTI. Which is
my God,
West.
I love the Brent one.
The Brent
That's
one.
the best.
That's the
the
best.
sexy one.
Well, the
really.
other one is called light sweet crude, which I don't understand
I had that on my corn
who tasted
last
it.
night.
Right? Who tasted
so good.
it? Right. But anyway, they're both down quite a bit, meaning to me that the market still says that the ceasefire is there. And maybe Donald Trump's fiery words, maybe that actually galvanizes the belief that he can fix this. He certainly seems like he's going to go and do some discipline.
I think he's on the phone right now with the BBB.
Yeah.
Reporters asked, how do you know that the nuclear sites have been destroyed?
I think it's been completely demolished. I think the reason we're here is because those pilots, those B-2 pilots, did an unbelievable job. And the fake news, like CNN in particular, they're trying to say, well, I agree that it was destroyed, but maybe not that destroyed.
Well, if I was a reporter there on the ground, I'd say, well, where's the highly enriched uranium? Because on Thursday, satellite pictures showed outside of Fordo 16 semi-trucks.
Yeah.
And
that
they
matters.
weren't there for blinks and giggles. No. They must have been loading something somewhere. But he said they're never going to rebuild. Iran's never going to rebuild another nuclear weapon.
Iran will never rebuild its nuclear. From there? Absolutely not. That place is under rock. That place is demolished.
Well, we will keep an eye on it and bring you the latest for sure.
Certainly, yeah.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, again, this big election day in New York City with a very progressive person that reminds people a lot of Brandon Johnson, so much so that the Chicago Tribune editorial board has a message for New Yorkers as they go to the polls today. We'll start there with FOP President John Catanzaro. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Nikki Whaley.
Good morning. It's 79 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. President Trump says Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire. J.D. Vance confirmed the news late Monday.
Well, we were actually working on that just as I left the White House to come over here. So that's good news that the president was able to get that across the finish line.
Vice President J.D. Vance says Iran was forced to capitulate.
Iran was very close to having a nuclear weapon. Now, Iran is incapable of building a nuclear weapon with the equipment they have because we destroyed it.
Vance talks about what President Trump wants next.
Is to build a long-term settlement here to where we can have peace in the region, where our regional allies and, of course, the American people, most importantly, can be secured.
He adds that the U.S. has accomplished something monumental.
We have to talk to Iran and, of course, to Israel about what the future holds, because while we have obliterated the Iranian nuclear program, our hope and our expectation is that they're not going to try to rebuild that program. And I think that's what the president is really trying to figure out here.
Trump posted, quote, "There will be a complete and total ceasefire." Trump adds that this is an official end to the 12-day war and it will be saluted by the world. News is a service of Air Right Heating and Cooling, offering AM 560 listeners $56 off of any service, including inspections. Don't wait for a heat wave for that old air conditioner to break down. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Make sure that you never miss a day of Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson when you subscribe to the Chicago's Morning Answer podcast, presented by Signature Bank. Listen to the entire show each day on demand with limited commercial breaks. You can subscribe today for free at 560theanswer.com and click on podcasts or search for Chicago's Morning Answer on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Welcome back to Ask Hassles. How do you get pee out of an old mattress?
By trading in that old mattress for a new Beauty Rest or Sealy Posturepedic.
But that'll cost a lot of money.
Not at Hassellus Mattress. Through Monday, trade in your old mattress and get additional savings of $248 off a queen and $348 off a king. Plus, next day delivery and haul away of the old mattress for P.
What was that?
Sorry, I meant for free.
Sure you did.
Open 9 to 9. Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hassellus.com.
Want to see if you could pay less in taxes? Try the quick and easy tax calculator at willsave.com. Yes, a free tax calculator. That's WILSAVE.com. Calculate how you could keep more of your hard-earned money and give less to Uncle Sam, especially in retirement. Get your free tax analysis today at willsave.com. And don't forget to tune in to Protecting Your Assets with Steve Shyman every Saturday morning at 8, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Mike Gallagher here. Don't risk losing the trusted news, traffic, sports, and weather you get from AM radio stations. It's time to make your voice heard. We need Congress to pass the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act to keep AM radio in cars. When internet and cell service is out, AM could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 39179 and tell Congress to pass this critical legislation now. Text AM to 39179. Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
Hey, heard you're getting ready to move. We just listed our house on the market. Just make sure you have the right attorney. Doesn't the real estate agent take care of all that? They stay involved, but you want to make sure you have a great lawyer that's negotiating the terms, helping resolve inspection items, clearing up title issues, preparing the deed and other documents, and attending the closing.
The attorneys at Nauman & Associates in Elk Grove Village have decades of experience handling real estate transactions every day all over Chicagoland. NALawGroup.com.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 15 minutes. Outbound, about 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, about 11 minutes. Outbound, about 19 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 16 minutes. Outbound, about 13 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 23 minutes. Outbound, about 15 minutes. This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. When you're trying to find quality candidates, all the searching, screening, and interviewing can become a job itself. You need Indeed. The all-in-one platform makes it easy to interview, screen, and hire quality people. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Hot and humid, sun and clouds, heavy thunderstorm for this afternoon. Could see some damaging wind, the high 90. Clouds and humid, thunderstorm tonight, low 68. Variable cloudiness, thunderstorm for tomorrow, the high 85. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Election day in New York. It's the primary, but that's the big election there because I don't know if they have a real solid
one-party system.
Republican candidate. But it's so bad, so grim, that the Chicago Tribune issued a warning to New Yorkers about electing a socialist mayoral candidate like Zohran Mamdani. In this op-ed that was there yesterday, the paper's editorial board painted a bleak image of Mamdani, a 30-year-old Democrat socialist from Queens. He's an assemblyman there who leapfrogged to somehow in the latest poll it shows that he's beating Governor Andrew Cuomo in this new poll. A familiar, they call him a moderate, business-friendly Democrat versus a Democrat socialist. And that, quote, "We've seen this movie before and the ending isn't pretty." The board of one of the largest remaining big city daily newspapers cautioned. They went on to say that his buzzworthy campaign, which has garnered a historic amount of grassroots support, is that of, and similar to, Mayor Johnson's, who took office in 2023. Here's some Mayor Johnson's greatest hits. You remember this. I mean, it's so hard. I mean, he's special, right?
Of course
he's
he is.
different because he's a dad. Oh, I'm sorry. Last I checked, most of us are parents.
Seems
and
so, yeah.
I work 3 jobs, buddy boo.
I have children who attend schools who have soccer games, y'all.
Oh, mine.
You all are
football,
asking me
soccer,
as if
volleyball,
I'm not a
swimming.
parent in this city. I get it. I'm mayor. I get it. But you're asking me to give you a date, and I have to court. Do you understand that you have not had a mayor like me? I get that. I have a wife. I have children. They have schedules. And plus, we still have public safety that we have to address. We still have the unhoused that we have to address. I still have a budget that I have to address. And I'm doing all of that with a black wife raising 3 black children on the west side of the city of Chicago. I am going to the border as soon as possible.
He never went to the border. He invited them in.
Why? What is he talking about? Like, where does this fit in that is scheduling conflicts?
This is a few years ago, but because he said he was going to go to the border to see, how porous it is and what's going on.
Sure. Yes.
And that was his response. Like,
Fortified
get off my
sanctuaries.
back. I'm a dad.
Yeah, we're not. You're the mayor.
You're not unique.
Yeah, you're not unique, and you're the
Rahm
mayor.
Emanuel
You have
had kids, so did Mayor Daley.
Yeah.
And the mayor before that, and the mayor before that.
And you're not the first black mayor either. You know what I mean? So what is it?
Well, he don't like white people.
It doesn't seem so. Yeah.
No. Listen up.
Now look, white supremacy is real, y'all.
Say that.
I'm gonna say that one more time.
Say that.
Because in case the city of Chicago don't know, you got a black mayor
Say that.
with a black wife, black children on the west side of Chicago. And all of these other administrations that shut down our schools, that shut down public housing, that raided the pensions, that sold off the parking meter, that sold off the Skyway, those people ran this city to the ground, and now they expect a brother to fix it in a year.
Say it.
Well,
expect
guess
a
what?
competent
We're off
mayor
to a great start, and I look forward to fixing they mess, building up our communities for the next 23 freaking years. God bless you, Chicago. Southside pride.
Oh, I'm sorry. You thought you were going to be in office for the next 23 years there, did you?
And I live in a beige house with a green lawn, and I have a black Honda. What's it called? HRV. So there.
I mean, this guy. The paper went on to say Johnson's approval ratings cratered in his second year, a reflection of how quickly progressive promises collapsed under the weight of governance and Chicago's financial reality. What sounded good in theory has translated into dysfunction, driven by physical missteps and political inexperience.
Huh.
We've come to this where the Chicago Tribune is warning New Yorkers not to vote for Zoran.
So Zoran, he's for rent control, and he's for government-owned grocery stores.
That's what Mayor Johnson wants.
Yeah, then the most
give me that
fascinating
grocery
thing,
stores.
it literally goes against every economic. These aren't economic theories; these are economic principles and realities. That as soon as you start reducing the supply of something by controlling the prices will go higher. So there's just one derivative in the middle where these policies that sound like they're supposed to make prices go lower make prices go higher. I mean, it's the absolute opposite effect, and it's not up for debate. It's just what it is.
Because the numbers don't lie.
They don't lie, of course. And every economist in the world will admit this for rent control. Because even when a government starts talking about rent control, then developers start to back away from that property. So supply doesn't come to market like it should. This is not something that is a fringe theory that I'm spouting out here. This is something that is universally accepted in practice and economics. So it's another one of those things. And Thomas Sowell, the greatest economist of all time, would always say the history of economic policy over the last 50 years pretty much can be summed up by things that sound good replacing things that work, which is exactly that quote that you just gave, just in a different form.
Wow.
Yeah. How about that? The caffeine is kicking in. I am ready to go. I still live in a beige house.
And drive a
black Honda. Right. And I love my black Honda.
Oh, gosh. All right. So let's welcome to the program, or back to the program, FOP president of Chicago. Let me try this again. President of the Chicago Fraternal Order of Police, John Catanzara. Good morning, John. How are you?
I'm well. Good morning. Thanks
Good.
for
So
having me.
listening to all that, has it motivated you to maybe, let's say, run for mayor in a few years?
I don't know if there's going to be a city left in another 23 months. This guy is something else.
I know. Well, I mean, I know that you were thinking about running last time around and then decided not to. So just let us know when you're there, okay?
10-4.
All right. So what do you think about the Chicago Tribune board warning New York voters today not to vote for a progressive?
It's a strange world we live in, but they're spot on. And the reality is that guy's even worse than this guy by all accounts. That's pretty frightening. But Brandon warned us, and sadly, too many people live inside a little thing called a cell phone, and that's where they get all their information and all their intelligence these days, and it is showing in the voting. People just have no clue what they're doing, who they're voting for. They go for shiny objects, and this guy who wasn't much brighter than the fifth graders he taught somehow got elected. And I comically laugh every time he keeps talking about his wife, his kids, growing on the West Side. He has a contingent of officers that chauffeur him around like a king because that's just the inflated ego he has of himself. Takes him to the gym first thing in the morning, takes his kids to those soccer games. His kids aren't in any damn danger. He has no idea.
Well, how big is his detail? I'm sorry. I mean, is it larger than Lori Lightfoot's? Is it larger than Rahm's? Well, it's got to be larger than Rahm's because Rahm lived by me, and I saw his detail was not that big.
Well, this all started under Lori. She really thought high of herself and decided to block off the whole neighborhood she lived in, kind of like kind of like the former king on in Hyde Park over there when Barack, started that giant detail. I get it. The president's a little different scenario, but the mayor is not. And there was no reason to have over 150 officers assigned. It's not a one-time, obviously, but it blocks off the whole neighborhood, makes sure, the actual personal bodyguard detail is a whole nother issue. When you have an advanced car of 4 or 5 people, officers, and then your own detail, it just never ends. And that's not, that's somewhat the norm. It's just overinflated with the last 2 mayors. But you go to the abuse that was supposed to be reined in that keeps going on. I mean, Anna Valencia and Melissa Conyer-Irving have the drivers and details. Are you kidding me? For what?
For what?
Exactly.
Oh my gosh! Most people don't even know what office they hold.
Well, let's talk with, obviously Melissa Conyer-Irving, whose husband, Jason, is the budget chairman. Oh, lo and behold, talk about quid pro quo. You do what I want, I'll hook up your wife with a security detail.
It's unbelievable. John, here, my question to you is this, and I've been arguing about this for the entirety of Brandon Johnson's tenure, is that I think he's doing a fantastic job because, just bear with me for a second. He literally ran on a pro-crime platform. There's 5 different things that he said that he could do to increase crime. One, no foot pursuit, no cash bail, defund the police. What did these people in Chicago, our people, think about when they were voting for a guy who literally said he was going to favor the criminal over law enforcement? What the heck did they expect? Isn't this exactly what he promised us?
Yeah. The reality is it's been a promise even in Springfield, to be blunt. I mean, it's the same kind of playbook, so to speak, where they want less people arrested because their concept is the only people in prison are black and brown people, which is a farce to begin with. Absolutely. But here we are. But I will say they could talk all they want about the trends being down, murders, shootings, all of the major crime stats. But it's not because of anything he came up with. It's not even really anything that the police department's doing any differently for the most part. There is some differences with Superintendent Snelling's approach. But the largest difference is having a Cook County State's Attorney who's going to prosecute criminals.
Amen.
And word get it on the street. It discourages criminal behavior because they know they're going to get prosecuted and put in jail. So that's where the credit really deserves to be put.
Now, recently, and the reason why I wanted you to come on the show originally was because there's police cadets, which I'm glad we're still getting some, because there used to be long lines, months, year-long waits to become a Chicago police officer. But the cadets, have they been paid yet? Because there were months where they were not getting paid at all.
It was 2 pay cycles, and it wasn't until, they kind of plan it out that way. So they plan it out where they hire you right after the beginning. Your first day is the beginning of this next cycle. So that's automatically a 2-week wait before your first paycheck. But they never turned in the paperwork. And the mayor got cute and tried to blame the union and I guess me. for the paperwork issue. We don't have anything to do with the city payroll paperwork. It gets filled out right away. He can't keep quality people employed in the government of Chicago. They leave in droves, and the incompetent level of the people that are left behind is showing more and more and more. They finally did get paid about 3 days after I made a public stink about it. Thankfully, it was a week ago Friday, so they did get made whole finally. But there's a whole bigger, sadder issue that I've addressed a couple times at City Hall and even with aldermen, and nobody seems to give a damn, but it also goes to the city's finances. There is a bill due well over $350 million on the low end that is owed to officers for time worked over a decade ago in some cases. And it has a 5% court-ordered interest number attached to it for improperly paying officers for overtime worked, like I said, up to a decade ago, and they just refuse to do the right thing. They keep stringing it out, even though they have lost at every step of the way, and they're going to continue to lose. They're going to be forced to issue a bond, according to what the judge said, to secure the judgment, because they're running out of appeal options. And at some point they're going, and they just refuse to pay. And they know it's not a hard concept to understand. They just have to pay the money, and they're not.
Well, I mean, that's not a sustainable system. It's like they're running away from something that they know eventually is going to eat them up.
Well, no, he's doing the same thing he complained the other mayors were doing, right? You run the city into the ground, you pass it on to the brother to come save the neighborhood. I mean, it's just a joke, but it's exactly what he's doing.
Well, he never paid the bills in his own household. I mean, are you kidding me? The guy didn't pay his water bill for a year to the tune of $3,000+ and unpaid parking tickets and red light camera violations.
He wasn't living there, so why would he? I mean, he was living in Elgin.
So was he living in Elgin, or did he rent an Airbnb in Lombard while he was running for mayor?
Yeah, well, there's a whole lot of different things, but he is the Manchurian candidate, and they got their way.
Okay, well, do tell me more about that. I know he was born in Aurora and then raised in Elgin, so he was out there in Elgin before he became a Cook County commissioner.
You just mean he's the puppet of the teachers?
Tony Preckwinkle ran him against Richard Boygan, I believe, because Boygan was against her sugar tax on drinks. So then he comes in, but I don't know. And I was trying to find out, did he live in Chicago when he was a Cook County commissioner?
John?
Yeah, by all accounts, he did not. It's kind of like Rom's wedding dress in reverse, but.
Hey, when there's a reference,
I love that controversy.
I'm going to look that up.
And then the guy who was renting, Rom's claimed he lived in Illinois.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to run for, was it Congress, mayor? No, mayor. And he was in D.C., but he said, no, I'm still in that house because our wedding dress is in that house.
Oh, that
but
settles
then
it.
It turns out, listen to this, the guy that was renting his house also ran for mayor. So remember that, John?
Yeah.
Wasn't that fun?
Strange tales in the city, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know if we ever got enough signatures, but he announced that he was running for mayor. Only in Chicago.
You can't make it up.
No, you can't.
But I have this thesis, John, that I think in 10 years' time, the suburbs have 9 million people. The city itself has 2 million people. I think the whole commerce is shifting, and particularly if the Bears go from it, because that'll be kind of this metaphorical thing. I think in 10 years and 20 years, the world may think of Chicago and the business opportunities as more suburban than the city itself, and the city will be just like the bad fruit rotting on the vine. I hate to say that out loud. Do you think there's any?
True.
Do you think that's real?
Well, I will tell you, I think nobody really knows 100% because artificial intelligence is going to be the unknown factor in all of this, and what it means and translates to the financial kind of industries. And
good point.
Actually, even labor.
Yeah.
What was it end up looking like a decade from now, and even probably sooner than that? It's going to be a very different world our kids grow up in. So how that impacts Chicago specifically, we shall see.
Amen.
But I really, it just makes my heart break when I see what this beautiful city with this rotten core like an apple is turning into slowly day after day after day.
I know. It's so sickening. And the only thing saving us is the beautiful lakefront.
It's gorgeous. They can't mess
Honestly,
that up.
That was overran by motorcycles, mopeds, and four-wheelers over the weekend through Grant Park. like it was Mad Max, you know.
I know. So can we talk about that? Because I visit Montrose Dog Beach a lot, and there, I mean, I can't stand people who litter, so I probably shouldn't go to the beach. But we have all these illegals from that shelter that just leave all their garbage behind. Yeah, I mean, this has been going on for 2 years. Can I take police action, please?
I deputize you.
I'm serious.
It's
I
settled.
want to be on garbage. And I even say in Spanish, like, oye, póngate tu basura. And I'm like, nah. And then I walk away. I'm like, because there's nothing I can do. And also, there's a large police presence all the time at Montrose Beach. Is there something you know that we don't know? Is that a proactive move or what's going on? Give me the
It's
scoop.
a proactive move. I mean, the lakefront, especially in the summer, is a hot spot for, criminal activity. You know, these kids, this generation just thinks whether they grew up on Grand Theft Auto or whatever the case may be, are entitled to do whatever they want, whenever they want, to whoever they want, and they don't believe there's any consequences because they don't have any consequences at home. So that's what society means to them.
Yeah, and they're not. They're right. There's not consequences.
Right,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, until you have an adult in the room that is sitting on the 5th floor of City Hall, that doesn't care about re-election, that doesn't care about being the cool guy on the block, and just says this is the way it's going to be, and I'm going to let the police department do what it needs to do to affect, some level of civility. It's not going to change. It's just not. It's been a slippery slope that's gotten worse and worse and worse. It's progressed even into the whole state and in many urban parts of this country. Sad but true.
Yeah. All right, John Catanzaro, we're going to leave it there. FOP president, good friend of the show. We really appreciate your time, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you all. 2 more years of this nonsense. Hang in there.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Are you looking for a peaceful and enduring resting place for yourself or a loved one? Discover Fairview Memorial Park in North Lake, Illinois, a tranquil haven where your family's legacy can be honored for generations. We're excited to announce the upcoming completion of our beautiful new garden mausoleum opening this spring, offering both above-ground burial and cremation options. This serene space is surrounded by meticulously maintained landscaping and beautiful trees. With limited space available in our mausoleum, now's the time to plan ahead. Reserve your family's place today with prices starting around $7,000. And for a limited time, take advantage of a $500 discount when you pre-purchase a crypt. To learn more or secure your spot, visit fairview-memorialpark.com. That's fairview-memorialpark.com. Or stop by Fairview Memorial Park at 900 North Wolf Road in North Lake. Fairview Memorial Park. Peacefully beautiful.
Have you written a book and want to get it published? Christian Faith Publishing helps thousands of authors just like you publish their books with a company dedicated to strong Christian values. And to help you get started, we want to send you our free writer's guide, packed with tips, tricks, and templates for authors. Christian Faith Publishing reviews every book submitted to us. And if your book is approved, we'll edit, design, print, promote, and distribute your book online and in stores everywhere. Imagine seeing your book in specialty Christian bookstores, Amazon, iTunes, Barnes & Noble, and many others. It all starts with a completed manuscript and one call to Christian Faith Publishing at 888-521-4447. If you have a novel, children's book, poetry, biography, or any inspirational work you've written, we can help you get it published today. Shouldn't you work with a publisher who shares your Christian values of integrity and honesty? You can get your book published. Get your free writer's guide today. Call 888-521-4447. That's 888-521-4447. 888-521-4447.
AM 560, The Answer.
What a treat. In-depth history with Frank from Arlington Heights. Oh, it's that time. The history you don't know, but Frank does. Take it away, Frank.
Good morning. On the corner of Camp McDonald and Wolf Roads in Wheeling, a new old-style arcade called Galloping Ghost just opened up. It's $20 for all-day play in a unit of a mall that was vacant for decades. In fact, in 40 years in this area, this is the first time I remember it occupied. Whatever this unit once was, though, one can see it had a lot of foot traffic as its 60s to 70s looking red, white, and blue linoleum tiles have a lot of wear in them. Now it's got the sounds of Joust, Miss Pac-Man, Pole Position, and good old Robotron. A few miles from this arcade over in downtown Mount Prospect once stood the iconic Mother's or Mom's Arcade and Record Store. Like most of that downtown, though, that old building is now gone and replaced with a low-rise condo building. Mount Prospect also once had a 2,000-seat ice arena at Randhurst, site of local concerts and even a playoff venue for the Chicago Cougars ice hockey team one year. It's now the site of a local Home Depot. Things change. Now, my town, Arlington Heights, was recently declared by U.S. News to be the #1 place to live in Illinois, and despite the rather rude Arlington al fresco outdoor dining concept that clogs up downtown, I'd agree with them. As a conservative, I hope it remains so as the suburbs have become urburbs more and more. Too many bars, concerts, frescoes, and loudness. I remember the good old days back in '86 when my family got here. Arlington Heights had such a sleepy bourgeois downtown. The last Republican Cook County Sheriff, Jim O'Grady, used one of the business roofs for a campaign sign. We need to bring such sleepy, quiet suburban downtowns back. Arlington Park is gone, too, of course, and this site may become the new Bears Stadium. Personally, I hope not. The sounds, traffic, and feel of the town will demonstrably change. So I'll offer my words of advice to the village board. If you don't build it, they won't come.
Very good, Frank. Very good.
I disagree with everything you say, Frank, and I love the way you say it. So that's fantastic. Come to Brant's, we'll talk about it more. I love downtown Arlington Heights. I think it feels like a cool, swanky city neighborhood, which is exactly what you're saying you don't like, right?
Kids don't want to go downtown anymore. I mean, young adults, because it's too dangerous, and why bother? You have
So there's
Arlington
a scene.
Heights.
There's a scene in Arlington Heights.
Some nights it's hard to find parking there.
It's amazing, yeah. I think it's cool. I get exactly what you're saying. I think the Bears are going to cause more traffic and more congestion, but it is fun to me, I think.
It's 6 games a year, guys. Relax.
No, but it's 70 concerts a year.
Oh,
Yeah.
70 concerts?
I don't know. I just threw that number out, but it's the concerts more than the Bears because you're right. The Bears are only 8 games. But that's not like for my business, which is on the same street as Northwest Highway, as where it's going to be. I care more about the concert dates. That's going to be more people than the 8 football games.
It might be better for business for you.
Well, it's going to be great for business for me. That's why I'm conflicted here. I have conflict of interest, so I have to bow out of this conversation. But I disagree with you with my conflicted way.
I want to hear about that. The arena at Randhurst. What was that?
I remember that. Yeah. Tell me, Frank. Yeah.
It was Child's World when I got here, and then there was some other engineering office in there. But yeah, there was an ice hockey arena there that had that World Hockey Association team. The Cougars played their playoffs there one year. Yeah, a lot of
Cougars. All right, we're up against the clock, Frank. Thank you so much. We'll check in
Thanks,
next
Frank.
week.
See
It is
you
now
soon.
7 a.m. WIND Chicago.
President Trump is unhappy with Iran and Israel. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, saying both sides violated the ceasefire agreement.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing.
The president telling reporters outside the White House before he took off for the NATO summit he's not happy that Iran fired missiles and...
I don't like the fact that Israel went out this morning at all, and I'm going to see if I can stop it.
Well, he called Israel's prime minister from Air Force One, then posted on Truth Social a short time ago, Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home, adding the ceasefire is in effect. Now, before the president got involved again, this is what happened.
Israel says it was actually 2 rockets. An infuriated defense minister, Yisrael Katz, said the following: I've instructed the IDF to respond forcefully to Iran's violation of the ceasefire with high-intensity strikes of regime targets.
Now, Fox's Mike Tobin is in Beersheba, where an Iranian missile attack before the ceasefire took effect killed at least 4 Israelis. Back to the president. Days after the U.S. airstrikes he ordered hit 3 Iranian nuclear facilities, he also told reporters,
Iran will never rebuild its nuclear. From there? Absolutely not. That place is under rock. That place is demolished.
Likely referencing the Fordo site, key to uranium enrichment in a program feared to be building weapons. So that's expected to be a topic, along with Ukraine, at the gathering with other NATO leaders.
It's the first NATO summit of his second term, so he's going to arrive there tonight. That's really going to get going tomorrow. There is some positive news here on the defense spending side, because one of President Trump's goals going to The Hague was convincing allies to increase their defense spending to 5%, to make this a pledge among allies. And what we're hearing right now, that it appears that those member countries will be doing so, all of those members aside from Spain.
That's Fox's Alexandria Hoff at the White House. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. morning. It's 80 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. A woman accused of driving through a crowd of protesters in Chicago earlier this month will remain in custody. Deidre Kemp was held during a court hearing last Friday. Prosecutors say that Kemp had 3 children inside the vehicle when she plowed through a large group of protesters, with people protesting President Trump's immigration policies in the Loop on June 10th. One person was injured in the incident. Kemp faces charges of aggravated reckless driving causing bodily harm, aggravated fleeing causing bodily injury, and driving on a suspended license. The first weekend of summer in Chicago ends with a violent report. Police say at least 23 people were shot citywide, and 2 of those people were killed. In one instance, a man was shot and critically wounded Monday morning inside of a home on the west side. The crime happened in the 1300 block of South Colin Avenue. No one's in custody. Later that day, a teenage girl was shot on the southwest side in the 5400 block of South Rump Street. The 16-year-old was wounded in the leg and taken to the hospital in good condition. No one is in custody either. A convicted felon who pleaded guilty to shooting and seriously wounding a Chicago police officer is going to prison. The crime happened in summer of 2022 on the west side while officers were responding to a domestic call. Jalen Velas was sentenced to 25 years behind bars. The officer who was shot survived after he suffered 5 gunshot wounds. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Charlie Kirk sees an ironic connection.
You cannot be a leftist while also being in lockstep with what is best for Western civilization, including what is Israel. And the number one funder of these groups are American Jews. It's by far. They fund the colleges. They'll name the names of the schools. They are funding their own demise.
The Charlie Kirk Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Hugh Hewitt at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pegol, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
We all know the importance of good daily habits, whether it's getting your steps in, stretching those limbs, or eating right. Doing it on the regular is key. That's why if you're dealing with everyday aches and pain, it's time to bring Relief Factor into your routine. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a special formula of 4 natural ingredients. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So call 1-800-4-RELIEF and try their 3-week quick start for only $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Simply call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're having pain, don't let it keep you from living the life you want. Make Relief Factor part of your daily routine. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
Hi, it's Sean Thompson. You know there's an old saying out there. Small hinges swing big doors. In other words, doing little things right can have a big result. Tom Fortino and the team of Alpha Wealth Group have been helping people retire since 2010 and have found that while many have an investment plan, very few have a tax plan. And that can be the element that makes a huge difference when it comes to money you'll have to spend in your retirement. What if you had a plan that protected you against future tax increases by the government? What if it kept your Social Security taxes from going up, all while keeping your Medicare premiums down? It is possible, and that's just the beginning. What kind of hinges are on your retirement door? You either have a tax plan or you don't. Call Tom Fortino and the team at Alpha Wealth Group today at 630-864-6711. That's 630-864-6711. Or download his complimentary Alpha Wealth reports by visiting alphawealthgroup.com.
From the Team Hawkburg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 16 minutes. Outbound, about 14 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, about 34 minutes. Outbound is about 70 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the old post office, 40 minutes. Outbound, about 27 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, about 26 minutes is closed due to a rolled over semi. Solid traffic from Lamont. You've got a hazmat spill of epoxy resin. Again, this is going to be between County Line Road and the Tri-State. Traffic is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Times of clouds and sun. It'll be hot and humid today. Heavy thunderstorm for the afternoon. Could see some damaging wind, the high 90. Clouds and humid. Thunderstorm or 2 tonight, low 68. Variable cloudiness. Thunderstorm for tomorrow and the high near 85. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
It was on, it was off, and now the ceasefire is back on. Good morning, Amy Jacobson here. Jim Urio in for Dan Proft. So glad you're here as always.
Thank you very much.
And you were here at the beginning of the show when we were celebrating Trump for his accomplishments.
And then uncelebrating?
And then uncelebrating because Trump was upset because apparently Iran bombed an Israeli city of Beersheba and it killed 4 civilians after the U.S. brokered ceasefire deal had gone into effect and Israel was about to strike back and Trump was having none of it.
I think they both violated it. I don't think I'm not sure they did it intentionally. They couldn't rein people back. I don't like the fact that Israel went out this morning at all, and I'm going to see if I can stop it. So as soon as I get away from you, I'm going to see if I can stop it. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. You know what? We basically have 2 countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
I'm still shocked by that.
Why? About the F-bomb? All right, so he
yes.
has just put on Truth Social within the last few minutes. Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home while doing a friendly wave he did to Iran. Wrote Trump on Truth Social. Nobody will be hurt. The ceasefire is in effect. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States.
I love how he throws in "thank you for attention to this matter" like it's some sort of call service on some. So
he's very thorough with his
very
tweets
thorough.
and his social media postings.
But this is something we talked about at the beginning of the show. Like, what is this whole? You got 12 hours to stop throwing punches.
As somebody in the military told me that the missiles were already programmed to go off.
And we can't unprogram them?
It's between Israel and Iran.
Okay.
So Iran or what she said I was pronouncing
Yeah, she
the
said
name
you pronounced it wrong and yet you're...
Oh, I was saying Iran.
Yeah.
No, it's Iran.
Iran, right.
All right, with more on this, let's welcome back to the program the best in the business, Scott McKay, publisher of The Hayride.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm not done talking. Senior editor at the American Spectator and author of Racism, Revenge, and Ruin, and King of the Jungle. Good morning, Mr. McKay. How are you?
Howdy, y'all, and happy ceasefire. I apologize for stepping over that introduction, but my cup was running over, so I had to do something about that.
All right, so is your head spinning like ours are? So is this, do you think now this is officially on, this ceasefire?
Well, I mean, look, I think the ceasefire is a magnificent achievement, and my expectations for how long it lasts are meager. The problem that the purveyors of the ceasefire have is the Iranian government is not really calibrated for peace, right? What is their reason for being if they don't have external enemies to fight? Right? I mean, are you going to deliver economic prosperity to your people or freedom or, any of the things that one normally expects out of a competent government? They haven't done any of that in 46 years. What they've done is yell death to America in the streets and, take oil money and, bribe money from Western nations and spend it on Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis. If there's a ceasefire and they stick to it, they can't do any of that stuff. So what do? And they don't know how to do any of the other things.
Well, they did cut off the internet, and they have, I didn't know this, but 60% of their population is 30 years and younger. And if they wanted to organize against their government, how can you if you don't have the internet to plan things?
Starlink, I guess, is the answer to that.
Yeah.
But and we'll see if you can do that. I mean, they've done poll after poll in Iran, which is kind of amazing that they can pull that off. And it's the approval of this regime is somewhere between 5 and 15%. And it makes you wonder how 90% of the people in a country will put up with a government they can't stand. And one of the things that happened along the way before this ceasefire was that the Israelis took out military installation after military installation for both the IRGC and the Basij, which is essentially this regime's Gestapo. Those are the people that run out in the streets and beat you up if you're a woman and you don't have the headscarf on, right? Yeah. They hit the Basij really hard in a bunch of key cities. So it's never been, I'm not going to say easier, but it's never been a more advantageous position if you're a dissident in Iran to do something about it. They even hit the front door of Evin prison in Tehran, which is the Alcatraz of Iran, where they put all the political dissidents. I don't know if anybody got out, but the symbolic part of that. Really, I don't know which, political consultant in Israel came up with that idea, but knocking out the front door of that prison was such a symbolic win.
It's a statement. This exclamation point, Scott. Just bam.
Oh, I mean, here, hi, we're Israel. You hate us, and we're the people that knocked down the front door of your gulag.
Yeah. Yes. Something you said.
That was brilliant.
Well, people that are stuck in there said it's like living in a coffin.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's
that you have to eat.
It's a really, really bad prison.
It's the worst in the world.
Yeah. I think something you said kind of encapsulates this whole story and gets right to the heart of it. You said that the regime, they're literally their whole pillars of what they exist on is conflict and the perception that everyone's out to get them and we have these enemies and they try to rule through hatred. Amy made the point that 60% of the population is under 30. You made the point that you don't think anything gets better, but is the door kicked open for actual regime change? And I fully acknowledge that the United States does not have the greatest track record when they come in and change regimes. But is there a chance that the Iranian people will actually rise up and do the right thing themselves?
Well, you hope so. And I've written a couple of pieces at the American Spectator over the last, week or so, basically say, we cannot be the agent of regime change in Iran.
Amen.
We can't do it.
Yep.
Okay. And and this isn't like, obviously Iraq and Afghanistan proved it. I think Ukraine is kind of proving it too. And it's not that, this is not me attacking the United States. No country can institute a legitimate regime change in another country. This is something the people of, the country who needs a regime change must do. Period. I mean, anything else is not legitimate, and ultimately it's going to fail. We've kind of sort of instituted a regime change when the Shah took over from Mossadegh, but that's a really complicated story in Iranian history. We're still blamed for that. Chances are it would blow back if we got involved in this. But I mean, this is a young country. They've done poll after poll. The majority of the Iranians are like more pro-American than Americans are.
Right.
And so they have to act on that.
Their time is now. Yeah.
Dangerous.
Right.
Yeah. And I mean, like, it's a dangerous thing. That regime's not going to go quietly. They will get violent very quickly. But you've got the overwhelming mass of the people who want this regime gone. There's a piece Brian Kennedy wrote at the American Mind last week, and he had numbers that blew me away. The estimate of mosque attendance on Fridays in Iran ranges from 1.5 to 12% of the population. Okay. Which this is a country run by theocrats, and yet it is far and away the least religious country in the Muslim world.
Okay.
If the 1.5% estimate is correct, this will blow you away. There might actually be more people in church on Sunday than mosque on Friday in Iran, because Christianity is like the fastest growing religion there. People are converting to Christianity all the time. Even prison is full of pastors who are trying to convert people to Christianity. So like the whole point is there is no basis for that regime to have power in Iran. Like there's no basis for it. And so this is up to the people over there. If they turn that government over, it sounds really, really lofty to say we could be looking at a golden age of peace in the Middle East. But honestly, if this Iranian regime were to go away, I'm not real sure where the conflict is going to come from. I mean, obviously there are places it could come from, but like none of them are really that active at the moment. It's Iran that causes all this.
Yeah.
And so if they go away, I mean, yeah, sure, you got Pakistan and India, but like that's not strictly speaking the Middle East. And it might be that you could get these people to get along for a while. You know,
and what would then Trump will win the Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, I don't know what else you'd give it for, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's true. That's peace in the Middle East. Are you kidding me? All right, so the main question that everybody has is where is the highly enriched uranium? Because on Thursday they had satellite images that showed 16 semi-trucks outside the Fordow nuclear site. So did they haul anything away?
I would expect they probably did, but the thing about enriched uranium is apparently there are ways to detect that. I don't know if it's from satellites or if it's you fly drones over but I mean it gives off a signature apparently. So I don't know where they would move it to. Obviously that's an issue that would need to be addressed. And this is like one more reason why we really could use a regime change over there.
Right.
I'd be happy to throw a little foreign aid Iran's way in exchange for the enriched uranium.
Wow. All right. So where do we go from here? What do you predict is going to happen next? Is Israel going to stand down? Because that just seems like a big ask. If you've been fighting for 40 plus years and it's a new day.
Well, I'm guessing they'll stand down on Iran, but I can't even imagine that Hamas doesn't do something horrible to kick that fight back off in Gaza. Or, what's been relatively quiet is the West Bank, and you could certainly see something happen over there. I mean, I don't expect that all of a sudden Israel gets left alone. Like, I don't expect that happens. You know, and you know, they're like Trump getting them not to bomb Iran in return for the missile that hit Beersheba was a big win. So if something else happens to the Israelis, they're shooting again. And then I'm not going to say you're back to square one, because maybe it's not directly Israel and Iran, but you know, you're going to have tanks and planes over Gaza and, you know, or West Bank or wherever, and we'll be back at this before too long. But, you know, hey, it's quiet now, and we should be somewhat grateful for that.
By the way, I think this is breaking news. I'm about to say, I think this was within the last minute, which makes me feel like a real live big boy journalist for a second.
Okay, here we go.
But I believe within the last minute, Trump said, I don't want to see regime change in Iran. Regime change makes chaos. Now, the reason I believe it's true is because 3 different news sources that I follow on Twitter have said that. Now, again,
did you put that on Truth Social?
But I don't see it coming from Truth Social, but Live Squawk, Inside Paper, these things are not exactly, I can't speak to the reputable nature of them as breaking news stories, but when 3 of them at the same time say it, to me, it makes it seem like he did. So I'm not saying I know it for sure. But again, I would also, he wants tensions to come down. It probably would be the wrong time to talk about regime change in the half hour after a ceasefire has been agreed to. So even if he did say that, he does want regime change. It would be stupid not to, right, Scott?
Yeah, well, I think there's a certain strategic quality to that, because, you know, over the weekend he put out a Truth Social post, and he's like, you know, why can't we talk about regime change in Iran? And that was while he was trying to get them to agree to a ceasefire. He's rattling their cage. Now that they've agreed to a ceasefire, he's going to say nice things about them.
Good.
That doesn't change the formula on the ground in Iran. You know, and so if the people of Iran go and, you know, get in the streets, and, you know, there's a move made toward whether it's a military coup or the crown prince shows back up and takes control, like whatever that is. I mean, our posture should be, and probably will be, that it's not our problem, and we're just not going to be involved. Because if we are, we'll ruin it. I mean, everybody knows that at this point. So
I love that cynicism. That's because we could be friends.
Scott
Yes.
McKay. Yes. All right, Scott McKay, what are you working on for today? Anything you want to tease?
Well, there's an American Spectator column that's up that kind of summarizes the most recent developments as of last night. It's called So Far So Good, which I'm qualifying that, you know, now that we've had some of the overnight events. But even still, there isn't a fresh set of bombs. So far so good. And I've got another one coming. We're going to talk about a few things. But check out the Spectacle podcast over at the American Spectator, which is Melissa McKenzie and my podcast. We're going to be talking about Iran. We're going to be talking about the implosion of the Democratic Party, which is a narrative filled with data points that we can see, and some other things. So be checking that out at spectator.org.
And I'm sure you're going to be keeping an eye on the New York mayoral race. Well, the primaries today. It's election day.
Could this be the race that Curtis Sliwa actually wins in New York? I mean, you would say
my
Curtis
cat
can't
man.
win,
He's the
but-
cat man. He's got like 42 cats in his 1-bedroom apartment in New York. You know that, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, and you'd say he's not electable, but then you look at this guy Mamdani and you're like, maybe like the bar on electability just came way down, so who knows?
And what about Cuomo? I mean, Handsy Cuomo.
Well,
I mean, he does have the best name recognition, obviously.
Well, you would, yeah, but not for all the right reasons. I go back to in my home state of Louisiana, we had a gubernatorial election back in 1991 where David Duke, as a protest vote, because everybody hated Buddy Roemer, the incumbent governor, and they also hated Edwin Edwards, who was the crooked Democrat who was like back again to run for governor. A bunch of people voted for Duke because they were so disgusted. Nobody thought Duke would make the runoff, and yet he did. And so there was an Edwards-Duke runoff, and all the bumper stickers said, "Vote for the crook, it's important." This is kind of that. The only thing is it's the Democratic primary, and so if Cuomo doesn't beat this guy, and you get the, Sharia-promoting Muslim mayor, right, of the city that got hit on 9/11, the optics of that are like not good. And so maybe there's a safety valve, which is, you get the old guardian angel guy in there and hope for the best. So I don't know.
This is why we love having you on. You're brilliant. I forgot about all that. All right, Scott McKay, you can follow him on X at The Hayride. Scott, always a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
You too, and he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you looking for a peaceful and enduring resting place for yourself or a loved one? Discover Fairview Memorial Park in North Lake, Illinois, a tranquil haven where your family's legacy can be honored for generations. We're excited to announce the upcoming completion of our beautiful new garden mausoleum opening this spring, offering both above-ground burial and cremation options. This serene space is surrounded by meticulously maintained landscaping and beautiful trees. With limited space available in our mausoleum, now's the time to plan ahead. Reserve your family's place today with prices starting around $7,000. And for a limited time, take advantage of a $500 discount when you pre-purchase a crypt. To learn more or secure your spot, visit fairview-memorialpark.com. That's fairview-memorialpark.com. Or stop by Fairview Memorial Park at 900 North Wolf Road in North Lake. Fairview Memorial Park. Peacefully beautiful.
Your home or business has storm damage and you have an insurance claim.
Call Crosscom.
Crosscom Construction and Public Adjusters. Today, insurance companies are notorious for offering way too little money to repair damage to your home or commercial building due to wind, hail, tornado, floods, or fire. Crosscom works for you, not the insurance company. As licensed adjusters, Crosscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout.
Call Crosscom.
630-871-5500. After they get you the fair insurance company result, Crosscom can start doing your repairs. Crosscom is a full construction and restoration company that will get your property back to its pre-loss condition, getting your life back to normal. Roof, siding, windows, doors, fire restoration, Crosscom does it all.
Call Crosscom.
Licensed in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin.
This is Dan Lights with Crosscom. We share your conservative and Christian values. Let us handle everything. It all starts with a call.
630-871-5500. CrosscomPublicAdjusters.com.
Sponsored by AxeCap Ventures. America, listen up. Gold prices are breaking records. With inflation raging and central banks hoarding, every American should own gold. And like President Trump said, whoever holds the gold makes the rules. AxeCap Ventures owns one of Nevada's largest undeveloped gold deposits and trades for pennies on the dollar. This could be your way to ride the gold boom. AxeCap trades under GARLF on the OTC. Visit axecapventures.ca today.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Pluto TV.
You deserve a dedicated financial resource. Meet Michelle Shute with West Point Financial Group, a Mass Mutual firm. Michelle builds lifelong relationships, guiding families through legacy strategies, from grandparents down to grandkids. She helps people secure their financial independence. Her tailored approach to savings can help you prepare for college, retirement, or business protection. Michelle's needs-based approach helps you prepare for all of life's biggest moments. Michelle Shute of West Point Financial Group, helping you earn, learn, and secure your tomorrow. Email Michelle at mshute@financialguide.com. That's M SCHOOT at financialguide.com. Local firms or sales offices of Massachusetts Mutual Life Insurance Company. Mass Mutual, Springfield, Massachusetts 01111-001 and are not subsidiaries of Mass Mutual or its affiliated companies. Michelle Lachute is a registered representative of and offers securities through MML Investor Services, LLC, member SIPC. Supervisory office located at 30 South Wacker Drive, Suite 2700, Chicago, Illinois, 60606.
AM 560, The Answer.
I don't know. Well, guess what? He said yes. Guess who got engaged? Jussie Smollett got engaged yesterday on his 43rd birthday to Jabari Reed. I don't know. I'll be spending my birthday with my fiance, and he said yes. He wrote in a caption on Instagram. Based on the images, the proposal took place outside while they took a stroll, and it took Reed by surprise. The end. Do you think this is fake?
I think that the fact that Jussie Smollett is a free man is mind-boggling.
And he never had to pay it back a
Never
dime.
had to pay anything. Just what he did was so reprehensible because
Egregious.
realistically, it was trying to start, at least ignite racial tensions in a city, and we've seen those things happen before. And the story, I reiterate, it was so funny the day that story broke.
Didn't you
arguing
know?
with people on left, like I was like, "Are you kidding? This is I don't know who Jussie Smollett is. Neither does anyone else. This did not happen. It's the most odd. If he had said that aliens hovered over, picked him up with MAGA hats on, that would have been just as believable as the story he put out there.
I
So
mean,
and the fact that he's a free man just is crazy to me.
I don't know if he'll ever get back in the biz, but well, probably.
Oh, he's not. He's not an actor anymore.
Well, I don't know if he's had any
didn't know who he was to
star
begin
roles.
with.
He
Yeah,
was a
right.
B player.
And the fact that those guys, hey, that's the guy from some show. What I don't even know what show he was on. Come on,
I know
Come on.
Empire.
Yeah,
That's just.
and I did was smart people would be like, you're
but
victim
you know what,
blaming.
though?
Yeah.
When I was at my church and I told this lesbian couple, I go, this is fake news. This was all staged. They still haven't talked to me.
Yeah. Well,
They were so like, oh, no, that would never.
the worst is to be right.
That would
Yeah.
never happen. And
Of
I said,
course.
I'm telling you from my police sources. And if you're just a Chicagoan, and that was right by Channel 5 where we park, nobody's ever down, especially if it's 29 degrees below zero, well, with the wind chill.
Oh, yeah.
Buying a tuna sandwich at 2 o'clock at night, and then you run into two black dudes with MAGA hats. Come on.
Well, no, they were white at first. Remember, they
Oh,
weren't.
that's right.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
and then they poured bleach on Jussie Smollett, and then they
Yeah,
had
sure they did.
a rope that they bought at the Crafty Beaver. I mean, you just can't make this.
What's the Crafty Beaver?
Oh, you don't know the Crafty Beaver?
No.
It's like it was the Home Depot before Home Depot was Home Depot. It's on Lawrence and Ashland. It's a Crafty Beaver.
Okay, I remember.
I go to the Crafty Beaver because
I
wanna
like that better than Home Depot, yeah.
Support local businesses.
Nice, yeah.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer. Oh, our weekly calm fine with Ted Dabrowski, president at WirePoints.inc.
Love Ted.
And then later, who knew Pedro Martinez had a spine? But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Nikki Whaley.
Good morning. It's 80 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is confirming a ceasefire between Israel and Iran.
In his announcement, Netanyahu thanked the United States for its help in going after Iran's nuclear facilities and said the goal of eliminating Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile threat had been achieved. The two sides exchanged attacks up until the last minute. Israel reportedly launched a massive strike on Iran overnight, while Iran attacked southern Israel right before the ceasefire took effect. President Trump first gave word of a ceasefire deal on Monday. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A major national grocery store chain is closing dozens of stores.
Kroger announced plans to close approximately 60 stores over the next 18 months to streamline operations and enhance efficiency. The closures will result in a $100 million impairment charge, but are expected to provide a modest financial benefit long term. The Cincinnati-based grocery chain has not disclosed what locations will be affected, but it assured that all employees from the closing stores will be offered positions at other locations. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Larry Elder says we had no choice.
You can dislike President Trump all you want, but were there or were there not, according to Hegseth, 20 million illegal aliens intentionally allowed in this country in the last 4 years. Counting the gotaways and the unknown gotaways, nobody really knows. What in the world are we supposed to do? Nothing?
The Larry Elder Show, weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's Reveille. Sister Rosemary Connolly died last week, and if anyone was welcomed immediately into heaven, it certainly was her. She devoted her life to taking care of the intellectually and developmentally disabled. Her legacy will be Misericordia and the loving and beautiful place she created there. Sister Rosemary's vision was to provide the developmentally disabled with a life of purpose and dignity. Residents live meaningful lives engaged in real-world activities and work. They wake up to the busyness of ordinary life, cooking for and serving customers, making and shipping baked goods for sale around the country, participating in art classes, aquatics, and more. Sister Rosemary's death brought out news coverage that included highlighting prominent people who support Misericordia or have family members there, like Democrat David Axelrod and reporter Carol Marin, who said Sister Rosemary saved their lives. Lost in all that coverage is that what Sister Rosemary created should be the standard of care of all facilities, including and especially state-run facilities, places controlled by the Democrats and ignored by the media for years. Illinois is near the bottom of all states in funding for the IDD population, and the money they do spend is not managed well. State-run institutions are run down, union-controlled, and very expensive. The amount the government spends at a state facility is over 60% higher than what the state and federal government give Misericordia for the individuals they serve. It's enough that Sister Rosemary spent decades building the gold standard for care in Misericordia, but her legacy should be much bigger than one institution. The media and politicians, especially those who have personally benefited from her vision, should honor her by using their influence to spread her vision beyond the confines of the gated community their loved ones live in. I'm Jeannie Ives. Join me on The Real Story Sunday from 7 to 9 p.m. and sign up for my newsletter at breakthrough-ideas.com.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find it in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
From the Team Hawkburg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 18 minutes. Outbound, about 14 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 35 minutes. Outbound, about 38 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 41 minutes. Outbound, about 43 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, that's partially closed due to a turned over semi. Solid traffic from Lamont. This involves a hazmat spill of epoxy resin. It's going to be slow between County Line Road and the Tri-State. This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage. Macy's Backstage is a whole new floor inside your Macy's store, and right now you'll find the latest summer styles all for under $25 with new arrivals every day. You never know what amazing deals you'll find. Don't wait. Find a location at Macy'sBackstage.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Hot and humid, sun and clouds, heavy thunderstorm for this afternoon. Could see some damaging wind, the high 90. Clouds and humid, thunderstorm tonight, low 68. Variable cloudiness, thunderstorm for tomorrow, the high 85. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
If that's moving up, then I'm moving out.
You know what that theme song means? Did I shock you there?
I don't. Yeah, it did shock me.
Is
That
you?
was kind of false.
We're doing a show here, Jim.
a show
Rocking
broke
and
out.
rolling. A show broke out. Good morning, Amy Jacobson here. Jim Irio in for Dan Proft this week, who's in Scotland. I don't know if they talk that way. How do they speak? What's their dialect in Scotland?
I don't know. I mean, I can do it, but then I only have to have a couple drinks in me, so I don't want to embarrass
Get a
myself
lot of
right
people
now.
from Scotland in your bar, do
No,
you?
no, but
A lot of the Irish. But Jim Irio, host of the Future's Edge podcast and special contributor to Wire Points. I don't know why I'm laughing. I'm sorry.
We're having
And
fun.
yesterday,
The
he
world is
celebrated-
collapsing. There's bombs falling, but we're still having a good
When
time.
there's a ceasefire, then there's not. Then there is.
Yeah.
Then there's not. Now there is. Okay, Trump says Israel turned around their fighter jets and no bombs will be dropped. Anywho, you're also proprietor of Brandt's, and you're going to bring us
appreciate that.
some tacos.
I
or-
may do that. Yes.
Well, what's something that is
ribs
it's good
travel
carry-
best.
Then Justin, let me look. Justin and Quinn, yes, they both would love ribs.
Okay.
And so would I.
Okay, because I show up early in the morning. Later in the week, I'll bring ribs. We have
Okay.
somewhere to heat them up, right? A microwave.
Yeah, don't bring them Friday. Bring them Thursday.
Thursday. Oh, you're not here Friday. Right? That would be it.
No, I mean here.
Oh,
but
yeah,
I'm
no,
not
you're
gonna be
here.
to
Yeah,
eat
yeah.
them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'd like to eat them.
You can't eat them digitally.
No, I
you
can't.
must eat them physically.
All right, let's welcome back to the program Ted Dabrowski for weekly conversation with him, president at WirePoint.Inc.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Jim.
Good. Have you ever had the ribs at Brandt's?
I don't think I have. I had a nice meal with Jim one time there, and it was delicious, but I can't remember what I had now. Probably a burger.
Well, that's not the greatest endorsement, Ted. Say it was the burger and it was life-changing. How about that?
What? No, I mean, it was.
selling it.
I remember telling you it was really good, though.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, so wages are going up if you work in the restaurant industry, if you're a nail technician, if you're a hairstylist. How do you think that's going to affect the economy? This is just
wages-
in Chicago, from $11 to $12.52.
Well, yeah, I think Jim was saying that earlier. If you try to control prices, you get your heads handed to you, and we keep seeing Chicago do more and more, controls of prices of life in general, and it never works out well. I don't think the bureaucrats can outsmart the markets, and they're trying to break that great economic rule that the markets know better.
Yeah, tipped wages to go up July 1st, and that's why Gale Street Inn closed in Jefferson Park after 50 plus years. And according to who was it? Somebody that worked with the building or with the restaurant said that they were fearful of this Chicago minimum wage for tip wages that are going to go up, and that would affect their business.
Yeah,
and that's one of the
we've seen
reasons
it.
why they closed, besides
we've seen-
safety reasons.
I mean, when you add the safety reasons, when you add the work from home, you've got these empty or half-empty high rises, big office buildings. You've got the challenge that Chicago's got. Man, the last thing you need to do is make it more expensive to go there. They should be making it as affordable, as friendly as everything that they can to attract people from the suburbs.
Okay, so here's the big question, and this is the argument I get in, because it is not debatable that restrictive minimum wage laws have a deleterious effect. The minimum wage is zero. The market sets the minimum wage. The government thinking they have control over it is the ultimate hubris. All they do is get the workers who need the minimum wage the most fired. That's what happens. But anyway, so the question is that do these politicians who continually put forth these policies that will have the opposite effect of what they pretend to do they know they're doing this, and are they trying to create chaos and trying to create hardship, or are they just that stupid?
I would say it's half and half. There's half that have no idea. They're following. They think it's a good thing, right? I mean, of course, if you pay people more money, that's good, right?
Oh yeah.
And I think a lot of them just don't know, right? Those are the guys and gals who haven't had the economics courses. The others they don't care. They're trying to take care of their voting base, and they'll do whatever it takes to keep getting the votes and keep
even if
it
it's
going.
the perception of helping, but the reality of hurting. Power is seductive. They want to keep it.
So you wrote an article about this new Illinois law that makes it tougher for voters to block school districts from tax hikes. And the people of Effingham fought back. Can you walk us through that?
Yeah, so Governor Pritzker, he's mandated. This is again back to the same point. Governor Pritzker is mandated through a law that he wants all-day kindergarten by 2027, 2028, and so a lot of school districts are saying, well, yeah, but we don't have facilities, we don't have the buildings, and so they passed a law to make it easier. So if any school district wants to expand and build a $50 million school building, well, for pre-K or K, kindergarten, then they don't have to go ask the voters first. And, you're talking about massive amounts of money. We've already got at school districts have $23 billion in school district debt right now. And so suddenly these school districts will just go out and say, hey, we're going to borrow and, of course, tax you. And they don't have to get voter approval first before they announce. And the only way it can now be blocked is after the school district announces, then the people got to scramble. The people like in Effingham, they got to scramble like crazy, go out and get enough signatures to force a referendum. And so rather than requiring a referendum right off the bat, they force the people in the city to go scramble and get all these signatures, and it's backwards because it's hard to go out and get signatures, especially if you have to do it all the time. And this is the fourth time in Effingham that the school district is trying to build new buildings and raise taxes, and the people keep fighting back. But it's a big burden on ordinary people. They got jobs to do and families to feed.
So first of all, the Flaming Hearts, the people of Effingham. I've been there. I dated a girl from Effingham back in college.
Now here we go. Pull up a chair.
Local businessman in Effingham, Mr. Jerry Moon, who was a great guy. I hope he's still alive.
Jerry's my favorite.
I hope
Love Jerry.
Hope he's still alive. But anyway, so every time you and I talk, I mean, there are things that are going on that just are maddening and confounding. What's the good thing that's coming out? Are people push back in Effingham? Do you see a broader trend of people pushing back against bad governance, or are we just destined for failure?
I think I've been saying this. I think this past couple of years have been the best opportunity to mount an opposition across the state, and it's a whole different groups of people, right? So I talked to the Effingham people yesterday, and then I talked to people in nearby counties, and they're ticked because they see their school districts all going to the max, levying as much as they can all the time. Then you've got the blacks in Chicago who are saying, well, what the heck is all this, spending billions? I mean, we're spending over $3 billion on health care for illegal immigrants. What the heck is that? And so you've got a whole crew of people seeing what's going on. You've got people who understand that Brandon Johnson's made a mess. So I'm thinking that we are reaching a point where I think we can reach a critical mass of opposition. Now, the question is, can we put all those pieces together? Because our opposition party is not very organized and doesn't have the power and the organization to do all that right now. So that's the problem. The opportunity's there. The question is, can we amass a good opposition to push back against all this stuff?
And I guess we have to think that way, right? No, you go.
No, like any rumblings or who's going to run for Senate, U.S. Senate seat, for governor, for mayor, or I mean,
well, yeah,
the Democrats are while we're sleeping, they're plotting against us.
Well, that's for sure. They're always plotting. They're so well organized. The unions are so well organized. There's a bunch of names out there, and I think there's a rumor that Pritzker's going to announce in the next couple weeks.
Oh, really?
And so I think once that happens, then I think things start to then
Hold on, announce what?
Whether or not he's going to run for governor.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah,
he's running for governor. Yeah.
Because what happens with the Dick Durbin seat, though?
Oh, here, real quick. What do you think Pritzker's going to do? Is he going to run, or is it better to be a governor when you're running for president, or just to give up the seat?
Well, I said he's rich enough that he can do whatever the heck he wants, and if I were him, I think if I were him playing his game, I'd step out and just focus on presidency. But he lives off of what he's doing in Illinois, so he's probably going to run again and then use that as a jumping point to the presidency.
He likes wearing the sash and being in the parade.
But we should definitely run a fund to collect money to support his presidential run. Get him out of here.
Oh, I would.
I got a couple $100 toward that.
Love him to run for governor.
He'll raise a lot of money that way.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, I don't think he stands a chance. But then again, I did not think people would be voting for him after COVID.
Yeah.
But then Roe v. Wade was overturned, and then I knew he won.
Exactly.
I knew that second I
day,
fell on my knees like, Pritzker just won. Because it's all going to be about abortion.
Talking point about white men telling women what they can do, and they've used that issue amazingly.
They're still using it, but also we're making money off of this. I mean, we're the abortion capital of the Midwest.
Sure.
And abortions are up since Roe v. Wade was abolished. And I think that's because celebrities and people on the left, they celebrate their abortions on social media.
It's crazy.
Like, I got an abortion. Like, seriously, is nothing sacred? Shut your mouth.
Yep.
And then other people want to do because so-and-so did it, or just because they can, because they think that they're going to be told that they can't have an abortion.
Amen.
Yeah, I think we can elevate all the pain that Illinois are going through. That it's a far bigger issue than abortion, right? You've got these these property taxes are squeezing people out of their homes, the outmigration, the high level of crime. We've got so many issues, and then the kids can't read. There's so many issues that are so much more macro and consequential to ordinary people's lives. So that's the role we have to do is make that bigger than any kind of abortion discussion that they might have.
Now, Todd Dabrowski, a little birdie told me that you speak fluent Spanish. Is that true?
Yes, my mom's from Ecuador, and I lived in Ecuador for 3 years when I was little, and then I worked in Mexico City for 6 years. So I love speaking Spanish. It's great.
We have it all backwards here. We should be doing foreign language immersion classes when the kids are young and sponges and can pick up and speak 2 or 3 languages. That's how they do it in Europe. I mean, Melania Trump speaks 6 different languages. And then you go there, and I visit my cousins in Sweden, and they're speaking one spoke Spanish, Swedish, English. I mean, it's just interchangeable, and it's just amazing.
Well,
but they learn when they're young.
Right. You're absolutely right, and it's too late when you teach people some foreign language in high school. But I would make the bigger argument: we should teach our kids to read and do math when they're young. That's what we're not doing in Illinois right now.
Ted.
You look so
mic drop. Perfect, Ted. Yes, I agree.
Show off.
The biggest thing we need to do if we want to have a successful Illinois one day is obsess about literacy in Illinois. We need to obsess about it because we've gotten so far away from it that most of our kids can't read and they can't do math.
All right, Ted Dabrowski, we're going to have to leave it there for today. We will check in with you again next week at the same time, same BAT channel. Ted Dabrowski.
Thank you, guys.
President at wirepoints.inc, and he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
Your show keeps me alive during the week. There's nobody I'd rather listen to between 5 and 9 in the morning than you guys.
On AM 560, The Answer. Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
Wow. At the time of this being written, both gold and silver are up some 40%. That's 40% in just 1 year. In fact, this past year, gold has broken all-time historic records by hundreds of dollars an ounce. And unlike all other financial instruments used today, that historic record goes back thousands of years. In times like these, prices have never been better on most collector and gold coins. Fox Valley Coins in Naperville is trying to keep up with demand. So they're paying the most ever on not only most gold coins and bars, but also those old coin and paper money collections. They're especially looking for the scarcer dates and higher grade coins. Take advantage of the record high market price and our huge demand now, whether you're buying or selling, or just want to find out their worth. Fox Valley Coins is the place to go. Fox Valley Coins is on Route 59, just 1 light north of I-88 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
Charlie, is there something better we can do with all these pallets, OCC, and shrink wrap? It just keeps building up.
Well, we have a trash company that's supposed to haul it away. I guess they're not keeping up.
Well, maybe we should shop around. All this paper, plastic, metal, this can all be recycled. We spend way too many hours just moving it around.
Actually, my buddy's company uses Combined Resources in Addison. They pick up recyclables all over Chicago and safely dispose of it. They have this huge recycling center. Apparently, it saves them a lot in waste expenses, too.
Well, let's give Combined Resources a call.
Since 1986, Combined Resources Inc. has been your one-stop shop recycling and sustainability partner. CRI's programs reduce labor and hauling costs, boost rebate returns, and help your company go green. If your company has paper, cardboard, plastic, pallets, and metal that you want cleared and recycled, CRI will take care of it all and help you meet sustainability goals. Call 877-CRI-PLAS and learn how CRI supports smarter recycling at combinedresources.us. Combined Resources Inc., turning waste into worth, one resource at a time.
Here's one of the biggest sacrifices that I think we made starting Penny Mustard was personal time.
Ben and Arvid from Penny Mustard Furnishings.
Yeah, we just lived, ate, and breathed work all the time for years. Yep. And that's hard, especially when you're in your younger 20s. Yeah. That's when you're supposed to be partying. I do remember, I think I was 31 before I actually stayed out till midnight on New Year's Eve because I didn't have to be at a store the next day. I was 31 years old already. That was like a milestone in my life. That's impressive. Embarrassing. Well, probably.
PennyMustard.com.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Third day. The original members reunited for the 30th anniversary tour, playing all the hits. With special guest Zach Williams. Tickets available Friday at AwakeningFoundation.com. Third day, the 30th anniversary tour.
You just call my name.
An Awakening Foundation event.
For centuries, gold and silver have protected wealth through war, recession, inflation, and economic upheaval. At Advantage Gold, we specialize in helping you move your IRA or eligible 401k into physical gold or silver, tax-free and penalty-free. When you call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000, for a limited time, you could receive up to $10,000 in precious metals when you open your qualified gold IRA with Advantage Gold. Call 800-900-8000. Performance may vary. Consult with your financial and tax professionals before making investment decisions. Call 800-900-8000.
At AlmostFreeTeeth.com, they're dedicated to making smiles great again. If you have medical PPO insurance, find out how you could save 90% off on average to get a beautiful dental implant supported smile. Check if you qualify right now at AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
My dog last night, 1:30 in the morning, out of the blue, just starts barking, scratching at the door.
Okay, so
went to relieved himself on the carpet that I just cleaned.
Jeez. Could there have been thunder? Because my dog was pawing at our bedroom door at like around that time as well. And my dog, every dog I've had, this is, well, the one we just got from Chicagoland Lab Rescue, which I'll get to in a second. But my old dog, every old dog I've had at some point in time becomes terrified of thunder, even though they weren't terrified of thunder the first 5 years. But the point was there a thunderstorm anywhere? Did you hear it?
No, I didn't. And I didn't know what was going on. And then he kept barking. I'm like, what are you barking at? And then running around in circles like there was a ghost or something he was barking
He may
at.
have saved you from something, from a
From
home
what?
invasion. I don't know. If there's people out there that are supposed to bark. Is that Justin with the barking sound? He does a great job.
I have Goldilocks Security to save me from an intruder.
That's fantastic.
Goldilocks Inc. I'm not done promoting. GoldilocksInc.com. No, I'm sorry. What were you going to say? Because I got to get.
No, because one of the reasons I have dogs is to bark at things in the night and let people know.
Oh, why?
Yeah.
Don't you want to sleep?
Well, yes, but I also don't want people looking at my house. Every once in a while, there is some home invasions where I live.
That's true too. It's GoldilocksInc.com.
Okay.
It's so cool. So from here, I can see if somebody's on my front porch.
Really?
And I can talk to them.
That's awesome.
Isn't that the craziest thing?
Crazy.
And I even was scared the mailman, like, hello, it's Amy. He's like, where are you from? Where are you talking to me from? And I said, from the camera and the thing. So Goldilocks, it's state-of-the-art home security systems. I've never had a home security system before.
And how long have you had this one?
About 6 months.
And it really does provide you with peace of mind, obviously.
I
right?
know, which I've never
That's
had
awesome.
before.
Yeah, right. You live
I'm
in the
always
city.
worried about somebody coming in and taking something, if you know what I mean.
That's why I like to have two big dogs. That's why I had to just get the other.
Oh, what's the name of your new pup?
The new one, Margaret named her Charlie. I don't really like the name
Oh,
Charlie.
Charlie's sweet. Charlie girl, Charlie boy.
Charlie girl.
Yeah, Charlie girl.
I wanted
we have a
Brandy
Charlie
because
girl.
she's a
Don't
fine
say-
girl. What a fine girl. Brandy would have been a good name. But she's been out on the streets. She's a work in progress. She was a stray. She's been living on the streets. Just in the last 2 weeks, I think she finally realized that some humans are actually nice. So she's warming up to us. And by the way, I got into the whole dog rescue thing because they were free. So I want no actual credit for being a good guy. But this dog definitely needs a little bit of a care, loving touch, let's say.
Where was he walking around the mean streets of Texas?
Yeah. A lot of times the Chicagoland Lab Rescue, by the way, which if you guys anyone's looking for dogs, Chicagoland Lab Rescue is great. And a lot of times the dogs from the south that are strays get shipped up here because there's kill shelters down there and no kill shelters up there.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, the Tylenol murders still unsolved. We'll have the former Chicago police superintendent on. It's 8 a.m. WIND Chicago.
They don't know what they're doing. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what President Trump said this morning with an F-bomb thrown in. Talking to reporters before taking off for the NATO summit, upset about ceasefire violations.
I'm not happy with Iran either, but I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land.
Israel says it was 2 missiles Iran fired that were shot down, and then it vowed to retaliate.
Following up on social media, President Trump warned Israel dropping more bombs is a major violation, writing, "Bring your pilots home now."
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. Well, another Trump post came after the president talked to Israel's prime minister on Air Force One, writing Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around. Iran also launched missiles before the ceasefire took effect.
One of them got through the defenses and hit here in the town of Beersheba.
Fox's Mike Tobin outside a building with a big crater in it.
That is the precise area of impact. There was a family of 4 that went into the bomb shelter. These bomb shelters do a good job of protecting people in the blast radius, not when they take a direct impact like that. That family was killed.
Now, the president has also been talking to reporters on the flight to the Netherlands that he doesn't want regime change in Iran, saying that'd be chaos. He insists the U.S. airstrikes that hit Iran's nuclear facilities over the weekend badly damaged their program, feared to be building weapons. As for the NATO summit, Fox's Jonathan Savage reports from The Hague the Russia-Ukraine war will be a topic.
President Zelensky gets a meeting with the alliance's Secretary General today. Mark Rutte announced yesterday that European countries had pledged $35 billion to Ukraine's defence this year, up from $20 billion. But the Ukrainian president won't be at the leaders' meeting tomorrow. He's hoping to meet President Trump on the sidelines.
Well, the president also just said on Air Force One he might meet with Zelensky. And while he heads overseas, his intelligence leaders will give members of Congress classified briefings today on the Iran-Israel conflict. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 83 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer Newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Residents in the Humboldt Park neighborhood on the west side are taking action against violent crime. Hundreds gathered to kick off the Hope on the Block initiative. 36th Ward Alderman Gilbert Velez
says far too long, drug sales and crime has been an issue in Humboldt Park.
Parents have to dodge drug dealers to take their kids to school. Parents have to dodge drug dealers to go to the grocery store.
He says for far too long, drug sales and crime have been major issues in Humboldt Park. Organizers of the initiative plan to launch this week by utilizing prayer, resources, and a visible presence in the neighborhood. The head of the Chicago Teachers Union is calling on leaders of the Chicago public schools to do what it needs to do to avoid cuts. Speaking to the City Club of Chicago yesterday, CTU President Stacey Davis Gates argued that the district should borrow funds to address a $529 million budget deficit.
These are not math problems. These are choices between whether students get a math teacher or a chemistry teacher or nothing at all.
Gates also said that CPS is connected to a larger national agenda to strip down public education. CPS leaders have yet to announce plans on how to balance the budget. 3 people are recovering following a shooting at a family gathering in suburban Elgin. The incident happened early Sunday morning on Gingerwood Lane. Authorities say officers responded to the residence after reports of shots fired inside the home. Before the gunfire, a fight broke out inside the home that moved inside where it continued. A 70-year-old man, a 26-year-old man, and a 21-year-old woman were shot. The victims were taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries and are in stable condition. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes, but now time for the Signature Bank Business Beat.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Stock futures are sharply higher, though Israel and Iran agreed on a ceasefire. Uncertainty remains high. President Trump says both Israel and Iran violated the ceasefire, and he's not happy with either country. Crude oil prices remain below recent higher levels, though. Bitcoin in the $105,000 range. Gold futures retreating around $3,340. KB Home shares down more than 0.5%. The builder reported better than expected earnings for the recent quarter. However, its forecast is cautious. CEO Jeffrey Metzger says KB Home is making positive changes, lowering build times and reducing construction costs. Fed Chair Jerome Powell begins 2 days of congressional testimony on the economy today. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Coselda. Invested in you.
Mike Gallagher reflects on the past decade.
10 years ago this week, Donald Trump came down the golden escalator. And for a decade now, we have seen the political landscape, the cultural landscape, we've seen it all upended. It's been completely upended by this man. He's changed everything. and it's a big deal.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Charlie Kirk at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
We all know the importance of good daily habits, whether it's getting your steps in, stretching those limbs, or eating right. Doing it on the regular is key. That's why if you're dealing with everyday aches and pain, it's time to bring Relief Factor into your routine. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a special formula of 4 natural ingredients. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So call 1-800-4-RELIEF and try their 3-week quick start for only $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Simply call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're having pain, don't let it keep you from living the life you want. Make Relief Factor part of your daily routine. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
From the Team Hawkburg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 18 minutes. Outbound, about 19 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 41 minutes. Outbound, about 47 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 47 minutes. Outbound, 43 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, still closed due to a rolled over semi that's going to be between Route 83 and the Tri-State. This involves a hazmat spill of epoxy resin. You're going to be forced off at Route 83. Traffic is a service of Dan and Amy 24/7. You can now enjoy uninterrupted programming from Dan Prompt and Amy Jacobson around the clock all day, every day, including daily replays of Chicago's Morning Answer. Listen now at danandamy247.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Times of clouds and sun. It'll be hot and humid today. Heavy thunderstorm for the afternoon. Could see some damaging wind, the high 90. Clouds and humid. Thunderstorm or 2 tonight, low 68. Variable cloudiness. Thunderstorm for tomorrow and the high near 85. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Amy Jacobson here, Jim Urio, and for Dan Proft. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
And I'm so glad that you grew up in this area like I did, because I was obsessed with this case. This is actually what motivated me to become a reporter later on in life, was the Tylenol murders. So naturally, I was obsessed with the cold case, the Tylenol murders. That's a 3-part series on Netflix right now. And to remind you of what happened, this was back in 1982, and 3 family members were killed in Arlington Heights. That was the Janis family. The young Janis, he was 26 years old, very fit, took a Tylenol and died right there, and they thought that he had a heart attack. Well, later on, when his family was planning funeral arrangements, and they were confused, like, how could he be dropped out of a heart attack? He's in perfect shape. He has no health problems. They were making funeral arrangements all day. They came back home and took Tylenol because they were exhausted. And his sister's like, I'll take one too, or the sister-in-law. And then they dropped dead. And there was a medical director, Dr. Kim at Northwest Community Hospital, who was about to leave. And the nurse came in at 5:30 and said, hey, they're bringing the Janis family back. And he said, well, it's probably the parents because they're feeble and they might have been upset. And she said, no, it's his brother and his sister-in-law. Jesus. So then he knew something was wrong, because when you do toxicology reports, you don't search for potassium cyanide. So then a young girl in Elk Grove Village died. She stayed home from school, took a Tylenol. A mother of 4 in Winfield, she took a Tylenol, died right in front of her family. It's so sad. And then 2 in Chicago. One was a United flight attendant who missed her flight, and then they did a well-being check, and she was gone for a few days.
Such a heinous crime, and thinking about it brings back the goosebumps of the time I was in high school. But I think people who weren't maybe even around here don't realize how a pivotal a moment it was, like in trust, and how it really changed a lot of things after that.
Oh, I didn't want to eat after that because we didn't have safety seals on anything.
And anything.
All right, so let's go through the suspects, and then we're going to have our guests come on to talk about this as well. Roger Arnold, who described himself and bragged that he was a closet chemist, said that he had cyanide at his house. He did this at a bar in Chicago, and this is from Netflix series Part 3.
When investigators searched Arnold's home, he had volunteered that he at one point kept cyanide, but they didn't find any. What they did find was a book that was essentially a recipe for how to poison someone.
There was also mysterious powders, a few guns around that weren't properly registered, amateur chemistry setups, kind of unusual for someone who worked as a warehouse worker. And he actually had a one-way ticket to Thailand in about 2 weeks.
It turned out there was a lot of circumstantial evidence against Roger Arnold, but it was only circumstantial evidence.
At this point, the only thing that Mr. Arnold has been charged with are weapons violations.
He had the interest in chemistry. I remember he had stuff found at his apartment. While that may be probative, that doesn't tell me he's the guy.
It was made clear to you that you were a suspect. What's your reaction to that?
They can think what they want, but I've got nothing to do with it at all.
After he was released on bond, Roger Arnold was heard to say in the courtroom, I'd like to be in on the homicide of the guy who turned me in on this Tylenol business.
A man was shot to death outside this Chicago tavern early Saturday morning.
Later on, Roger Arnold was so angry at this bar owner who reported him to police that he tried to kill him. Problem was, he got the wrong guy. He killed a perfectly innocent person who had no connection and wound up going to prison.
Roger Arnold shot John Stanisha. In a sense, that man was the 8th victim of the Tylenol murders.
Have I reeled you in yet?
Oh, yeah, I'm totally.
I thought it was Roger Arnold. Now, Michelle Rosen, whose mother, Mary Reiner, died in the Winfield home after taking Tylenol, believes the manufacturer, Johnson & Johnson, had something to do with it. And I would never question that. But after COVID and what J&J did with their single-dose COVID shot, where 9 people had blood clots right away and died instantly. My friend got the J&J shot, got a blood clot. Thank God didn't die. They yanked that shot.
Yeah.
Because they knew they hadn't done the proper testing.
But you'll give me that not doing the proper testing and try to push something out to make money is much different than this sort of thing. There's no gain from this sort of thing.
But J&J lied, and the FDA and the FBI let them investigate themselves.
Oh, great.
Here's Michelle Rosen, the daughter whose mother was killed, and she has spent 15 years of her life investigating this murder.
I feel like this case has had tunnel vision since day one. From the very beginning, this whole case has been that Johnson & Johnson is the do-gooders, a fantastic company who's looking out for their customers' best interests.
I'm not that worried about Tylenol. I'm worried about all of us. We're all in this together.
But I think that market share is all that matters here.
The company now faces the worst threat in its 96-year history to its image and to its most profitable product, Tylenol.
Johnson & Johnson will do anything to save their brand. Well, what is everything and anything to save a brand?
In public statements, the manufacturer, Johnson & Johnson, said there was no cyanide used in any part of the Tylenol manufacturing process. But 4 days after the first deaths, Chicago's medical examiner made a stunning announcement.
At a conference yesterday morning, I asked the two representatives from McNeil Laboratories if anywhere in the vicinity where Tylenol was being prepared, cyanide was present. The answer was yes.
In the beginning, when Johnson & Johnson was asked, they said there was absolutely no cyanide in any of their plants.
They lied.
Then it became known that they were using it at McNeil, basically as a test to determine if there was lead in the capsules, but they claimed it was locked up in a place that was not near the factory floor.
Yes, cyanide is used in the plant and the quality control area. It's kept under lock and key. Joe, you can talk about that if you...
Right, there's a small quantity that's kept in a very secure place in the plant for QC purposes.
When in reality, it wasn't locked up, and almost anyone could walk into the room where they were keeping it.
So Johnson & Johnson first said, we don't have any potassium cyanide anywhere on the manufacturing floor in Pennsylvania or in Texas where these batches came from. And then sure enough, we find out that they do have potassium cyanide there. Okay. Because they tested the capsules to see if there's lead in them.
But what are we saying here? And this is, I'm not trying to win. Like, what are we saying, that someone went rogue and was a murderer within, and they were trying to cover it back?
And we should mention Roger Arnold, who ended up killing the bar owner, or who he thought was the bar owner. He worked at the Elk Grove, the Jewels in Elk Grove in the stocking department.
Okay, well, what about this? Who's James Lewis?
So James Lewis is the one that they've always focused on.
Yeah.
He was in prison because he wrote an extortion letter to Johnson & Johnson saying, pay me this amount of money and I'll stop the killings. But they never linked him to it. And this was his last interview. These were his last words on video before he died.
You can keep asking me questions forever and ever. If we ever to come up with a technology which allows you to read my mind, then you won't find anything in there that will be incriminating. I've managed to be able to give the same answers to the same questions for 40 years. All the stuff that I've been fighting for so many years, I'll never get it untangled before I'd be pushing up daisies.
And then he died shortly after that. So the case didn't die, though, or has it? Let's welcome to the program, I believe for the first time, former Chicago Police Superintendent. He was the superintendent from 1980 to 1983. Richard Bresek. Good morning, former superintendent.
Good morning.
How are you?
Great. How are you?
So I reached out to you because you were featured in this 3-part series a number of times. And just before we get to John Lewis, talk about how you became involved in the case. Where were you when you found out that you might have a body that was, or a person that was murdered by Tylenol?
I distinctly remember where I was. I was at the ballroom in Navy Pier Friday evening. The Fraternal Order of Police was having a social function there when my pager went off and told me that they found a deceased person who they suspect of being the victim of cyanide poisoning, and that was Paula Prince. So I immediately left and went over to the medical examiner's office. I wasn't concerned about the body. The body was there. I was concerned about what was going on in the lab. Not too many people may know this, and it's not important, but my focus was because my undergraduate degree is in biochemistry. Oh. And I went into the lab. I saw the bottle of Tylenol that they took from Paula Prince's bathroom, and I could see the difference in the physical appearance of what was coming out of those capsules if you break them open. I could smell the almond smell, which is unique to cyanide. And also I noticed that on these capsules, which were gelatinous or gelatin capsules, the cyanide was beginning to react with it, and there were brown rings being formed at the end of the capsule. Despite what I saw, I waited around for the chemist in the medical examiner's office to run the test and to confirm that it was in fact cyanide. And then I let the mayor know what we found there. Mayor had a live press conference at 10 o'clock, which actually they stopped all national broadcasting and interrupted it with that press conference. And I ended up getting a lot of time on that press conference also. But that's when she, I think, ordered the Tylenol to be taken off the shelves. So that was our first and really only victim in Chicago. It was at the tail end of everything that was going on out in the suburbs. And that's how we got involved in the case.
But then there was surveillance video, because there weren't a lot of surveillance cameras back then, but there was one at that Walgreens on North Avenue in Old Town, which that Walgreens is still there. And it showed that's where Paula bought the Tylenol, I believe. But there's a picture of, it looks like James Lewis is in the background or as part of that photo.
There's a photograph taken. It's the way to describe it. The camera was situated behind the checkout cashier. So it's looking toward the store and people basically at the counter or people behind, in the background of the counter. And yes, there was a gentleman who was standing there. He resembles the drawing, the sketch of what the alleged perpetrator supposedly looked like. And, that came up, but that was all checked out, and I think found, like every other lead, did not, really turn out to be anything.
So, okay, let's cut right to what everyone wants you to say, because everyone wants to know what your theory is on it, because there's three different things that people talked about within Johnson & Johnson: the Arnold guy or the Lewis guy. Now, if you believed that was John Lewis in the picture and he's at the scene and then he extorts J&J, that would make you think that it was him, or what do you think?
Well, no, first of all, his name is James Lewis.
Sorry.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to cry. I just don't want to
totally apologize.
Any listener out there who may be a John Lewis.
Right. I know three different John Lewis, and John Lewis, one of my buddies, is probably listening. Sorry, Johnny.
James Lewis. Okay. Yes.
Way before you were born, there was a John L. Lewis, who was a big labor leader in this country. But my theory of the case, it goes back to 1982. I basically said two things. One was that, in my opinion, these people had to die, and they were picked at random because they made the purchases, and there was a random contamination of the Tylenol for sale. And they died because someone was a target of a cyanide poisoning. And that murder had to be covered by this demonstration that there's a madman out there. Okay?
Okay. Well, where did they contaminate? Did they take the capsules off the shelf, contaminate them, then bring them back to the store? Is that what you're theorizing?
That's my theory, because you opened up very well. I heard your opening statements. Tylenol revolutionized packaging throughout the world. And in those days, there wasn't the type of packaging and seals that we have today. And the issue is that not all of the locations may have had security cameras, but that's all you needed to see is anyone that had security cameras to take a look at whatever they had, still photos, I doubt very much video, but to see if there is somebody who is seen twice on the same video or same picture in the same store within that period of time, then you may have your suspect. There are pictures. The Tylenol Task Force, which is kind of like the, to be nice, call it the front group for the FBI now, but I think they're like their stooges, says that the FBI has the photos and it's going to take them several years to digitalize them. Why they're digitalizing them, I don't know, because from the get-go, the FBI said James Lewis was the killer.
Right.
And they spent over 40 years trying to prove the case. And they talked to him, ad infinitum. They talked to him over and over. They had him in prison for a long time, and they could have talked to him there. They supposedly got his DNA with a search warrant
after he apparently raped his neighbor in Boston in 2009. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember all of that stuff. And the question is,
it's weird.
The question is this: you heard my roundup comment on Netflix. I'm not going to use it here, with all of your Chicago area listeners. But I told you what I thought of John Lewis. But for them to get the DNA order, they had to demonstrate to the judge that there's some probable cause for them to get the DNA. In other words, we have something here and we want to check this out, Either they had something there or they lied to the judge. And either one of them is a possibility because historically, since the early 20s when the FBI came into existence, mendacity has been their motto, rather than anything else. So what happened is they went and got the DNA and nothing happened. And if you look at the documentary, the guy who was assigned to, give the update on the FBI situation is saying, well, things were not that sophisticated back in 82. I agree with that, But the sample is the same that it was in 82. It's that the testing procedures got more sophisticated.
Right.
So if you couldn't test it back in 82, in 2025 or 2024, they're more sophisticated. So that tells me they don't have his DNA on anything. And back in October of 82, I called the press conference because you had guys like Feiner saying, we're going to solve this by election day because he's running for attorney general. And other people are saying, we're going to have this solved in a week. And I came out and I had a press conference and I said, I don't want the people, to be terrified or misled. Right now, there is no evidence connecting any particular suspect to any one of these crimes. And that's still the case. It's still the case. There's no connection there whatsoever because, this thing turned into a media circus. It probably was the first national media circus. Then, the Kennedy rape case in Palm Beach became a media, and then the OJ case. And, but this was, I think, as I recall, the first media circus.
But didn't it had to be a media circus, though, because we had to get the information out.
Well, it was
so
scary. I mean, I remember
people wouldn't take Tylenol.
They were taking they told everybody massive recall of Tylenol, 500,000 bottles throughout the country, and then in Mount Prospect they would drive around with a cop car on the siren on the horn saying throw away your Tylenol.
Right.
They did
it
that
had
in
to
Chicago.
be lightning
they
speed.
did it in Arlington
Right.
Heights. I mean, all of a sudden they had a press conference on Friday, and Jeff Flock, who was featured in the 3-part series, said, I just thought it was a Friday. We'll go do this, and then I'll go on with my weekend. He's like, and you get there and you realize, oh my God, people are dying by taking Tylenol.
This is big.
So, Superintendent, can we do this? We have to take a break here, but can you hang with us because there's so much more we want to get to on this. Okay, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Nikki Whaley.
It's fascinating. I know why people.
Good morning. It's 83 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. President Trump says Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire. J.D. Vance confirmed the news late Monday.
Well, we were actually working on that just as I left the White House to come over here. So that's good news that the president was able to get that across the finish line.
Vice President J.D. Vance says Iran was forced to capitulate.
Iran was very close to having a nuclear weapon. Now, Iran is incapable of building a nuclear weapon with the equipment they have because we destroyed it.
Vance talks about what President Trump wants next.
Is to build a long-term settlement here to where we can have peace in the region, where our regional allies and, of course, the American people, most importantly, can be secured.
He adds that the U.S. has accomplished something monumental.
We have to talk to Iran and, of course, to Israel about what the future holds, because while we have obliterated the Iranian nuclear program, our hope and our expectation is that they're not going to try to rebuild that program. And I think that's what the president is really trying to figure out here.
Trump posted, quote, "There will be a complete and total ceasefire." Trump adds that this is an official end to the 12-day war and it will be saluted by the world. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Charlie Kirk sees a big decision for the president.
Israel has done a lot of work in Iran. They have bombed a lot of targets, but there are some nuclear facilities hidden within a mountain. It is within a deep, deep bunker. President Donald Trump has to make a very important decision. Does the United States get involved kinetically against Iran?
The Charlie Kirk Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Hugh Hewitt at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
They took everything. Our equipment, our supplies. It's all gone.
It's devastating. Every order is going to be delayed for months, and our customers are going to find someone else.
I don't know if we'll ever recover from this. We're already getting calls from clients checking on their orders.
Who knows how long it will take to get back on our feet? What were we thinking not upgrading our security?
Don't let a break-in devastate your business. Protect yourself with Goldilocks. They'll create a customized security solution for you. From commercial doors with keyless entry to 24/7 alarm monitoring, they have you covered. Learn more at GoldilocksInc.com and have a security technician conduct an on-site assessment of your business. Plus, AM 560 listeners get their first 3 months of monitoring free with a new install. Call Goldilocks now. 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600. Goldilocks, Chicagoland's premier locksmith doors and security systems company since 1981.
The following advertisement includes a celebrity impersonation.
The summer heat in Chicagoland is no joke. And if your old air conditioner is making funny noises, you may already know it's time for a new unit.
Look, your air conditioner, it's a disaster. People are telling me it's the worst ever.
Don't sweat it, literally. When it comes to cooling your home, Air Right Heating and Cooling does it the best.
And they love our country. Beautiful people.
Rebates are still available. Financing is flexible. And at Air Right, installations are smooth and professional with no surprises.
It's beautiful. Some people say it's the coolest air anyone's ever felt. I don't know. That's just what they're saying. It's doing an incredible job. Really tremendous.
Plus, tell them AM 560 sent you, and Air Right will give you $56 off any service. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling. Doing it right since 1959.
That shot was money, Lisa. Hey, speaking of, did you ever figure out what to do with your parents' old coin collection?
Not yet. I need a reputable dealer to appraise them. I have no clue what they're worth.
I just finished working on my dad's estate collections. I took it all to Fox Valley Coins. Their customer service was the best. Plus, they're super honest and reputable, but most importantly, experienced. They'll give you the best prices.
Really? They handle estate collections?
Absolutely. Buying, selling, appraising, they do it all. It was quick and simple, and we maintained our privacy. Fox Valley Coins made the whole process easy.
That's exactly what I need. Are they local?
Right in Naperville. They have an easy website to remember. FoxValleyCoins.com.
Perfect. Now let's see if you can return this shot.
Whether buying or selling or just want valuation, Fox Valley Coins is your trusted gold and silver dealer. Visit Fox Valley Coins, 1 light north of I-88 on Route 59 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. FoxValleyCoins.com. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Alpha Wealth Group, bringing the trilogy of estate, tax, and investment planning together. Visit alphawealthgroup.com for a free report.
From the Team Hogberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 18 minutes. Outbound, about 19 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 41 minutes. Outbound, about 47 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 47 minutes. Outbound, 43 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, still closed due to a rolled over semi. This involves a hazmat spill of epoxy resin. You're going to be forced off at Route 83. This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Hot and humid, sun and clouds, heavy thunderstorm for this afternoon. Could see some damaging wind, the high 90. Clouds and humid, thunderstorm tonight, low 68. Variable cloudiness, thunderstorm for tomorrow, the high 85. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
All right, we're continuing our conversation about Cold Case, the Tylenol murders. It is a 3-part series on Netflix. And we were talking about DNA of the main suspect, James Lewis, who sent that extortion letter, who spent time in jail, sent an extortion letter to Johnson & Johnson saying, send me this amount of money, wire it to this bank account, and I'll stop killing. But what would have motivated him to go after or to make Johnson & Johnson look bad? Well, here's his cellmate talking about it.
I said, so you're telling me that you're responsible for the Tylenol poisonings? He goes, well, if I got away with it, what would you think? Jim said that it was done out of revenge for his daughter that had passed. She had had a patch put on her heart, and the patch gave way. He blamed Johnson & Johnson for the faulty patch. And that was his way of getting back at Johnson & Johnson for the loss of his daughter.
Our daughter's death,
This is James Lewis.
she died simply because the patch on the atrial wall pulled loose. It was a mechanical failure. That wasn't caused by an individual. I'd have no revenge against anyone. If I tried to sit down and think of a revenge, I could not think of anything that would be useful or sensible. What's it going to do?
According to Jim, the only reason he's gotten away with the Tylenol poisonings is because all the cops are too stupid to put the case together.
Ooh. Let's get reaction to that comment. Joining us once again is former Chicago Police Superintendent Richard Bresek. He was in office or in charge from 1980 to 1983. So what's your reaction to his cellmate and his accusations?
Two reactions. One is jailhouse stool pigeons are absolutely the worst witnesses because they will tell you anything just to get out. Secondly, not only are they the worst witnesses, but they are easily influenced by law enforcement agencies if they want to use a jailhouse witness against the prime suspect. Once you have to resort to a jailhouse snitch, you're basically admitting you have virtually no case or no actual case.
Okay.
You remember, I think there was a jailhouse snitch when when they tried to prosecute Jimmy Hoffa one time. And that kind of fell by the way. Juries look at this stuff, with some degree of reasonableness and sensibility. And all of a sudden, here's a guy that is in a jail. He's a jailhouse snitch, and the great FBI couldn't trip up Lewis with all their interrogations. But Lewis is going to be dumb enough to confide in this guy. I saw him on there. He would be a great start to reincarnate Bozo Circus, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, well then let's go back to this DNA evidence, because obviously somebody had to open and close the capsules. Somebody had to open and close the bottles and then put it back in the cardboard carton. Do they have fingerprints or DNA evidence on any of the Tylenol bottles still being preserved?
I don't know, because the great FBI maintains that's a secret. I don't know what's a secret about it. First of all, their main suspect, the only guy they ever focused on, James Lewis, is now dead. So why cannot the FBI simply say, here's the file, FOIA request, Freedom of Information Act request, nothing is classified anymore. Case is over. He's dead. There's nothing you can do with him. The case is not solved. Why don't they release it? By the way, I didn't mean to insult the press when I said a media circus. What I meant by media circus, what I recall, nobody was asking hard questions back then. They were all looking for a break in the story to go with something, because the producers and the directors was on everybody's back. You got to get something good, something new.
Mm-hmm.
You know what bothers me? I think it was September 27, 2013. It was a Friday. I didn't look it up, but somewhere around this. 31 years after the Tylenol murders, the Justice Department issued a press release saying they are pulling out of the Tylenol investigation because they have determined that there is no federal jurisdiction.
Oh, my
Okay?
God.
That's a press release from the U.S. Department of Justice, okay? Now, I saw the article, in local papers. I was still living in Chicago at the time. I actually got a copy of the press release myself, which you can get online. I've never seen anybody in the inquisitive journalism business ask, why did it take you 31 years to figure out there's no federal jurisdiction?
So that was...
You think there's something going on there?
Right. Yeah, it sounds ridiculous. My number one question was going to be, why were they there in the first place? It was something that seemed very specific to Illinois, so I'm scratching that up. But you posited before that theoretically someone could have been trying to kill someone specifically, and the rest was just kind of cloud cover. Do you have a theory on who or why?
That's my theory on it.
Yeah, but who was trying to kill who?
I don't know.
Right.
But you know what? When you're a detective and you come upon a crime scene like a murder, and it's a whodunit, you ask yourself, like, hey, what happened here? What kind of person did this? Okay. I wasn't at any crime scene. I'm just reading stuff that's coming to me, and I'm getting more stuff from the media than I am from my own people, because they had a big, tight secret cover on what was going out in Des Plaines and the other places there, because they didn't want the big guys from Chicago solving the case. So they had, the detectives out in the suburb, they're going to solve the case. I don't care who solves the case. We have enough of our own murders in Chicago. We can take a lot of credit for solving those, which they can't do very well anymore anyway. But
we'll get to that in a second. Yes.
But what I'm saying to you is, I don't know. But I will tell you, when I made that announcement that there's no evidence that connects anybody or points to anybody, I got called into the U.S. Attorney's office the next day, and everybody was there. The U.S. Attorney, head of the FBI, head of the state police, Boehner was there, right down the line, everybody. And the question is, why did you do that? And I said, because it's the truth. And the people have to know that you aren't any closer to solving this than you were when you found out about it.
Wow, good for you.
now where are we? We're almost 42 years later. Okay, and they still haven't solved it.
Okay, so
why can't they open a file?
But true. But I personally think that it was somebody at Johnson & Johnson on the manufacturing floor. So at the end of season, at the end of the series, it says the Illinois Attorney General's office and Chicago police stated that the FBI blocked the release of dozens of documents containing interviews with Johnson & Johnson executives, citing an ongoing investigation. And then Johnson & Johnson did not respond requests for an interview. They also, the families of the victims sued them in 1983, and 8 years later, they settled with the family members. To me, it seemed like I'm in the same camp as Michelle Rosen, who thinks that it was an inside job at Johnson & Johnson. Do you think that's possible?
Right now, I think that anything is possible because nothing has been actually ruled out. Personally, I espouse the theory that I announced back in '82, and I haven't changed from it, okay, because I have not seen anything to convince me. Now, I can tell you my kids were pretty young at the time, and my son and his wife live out west. They watched the documentary, and they told me the conclusion was the same as yours, Johnson & Johnson, from watching the documentary. The problem with the documentary, okay, is it spends too much time rehashing, reciting, and giving credit to the FBI version of the story. That's what those two reporters did from the Tribune a couple of years ago with their 9-10-part series. Everybody thought it was well written. They just republished the FBI version because this is what the FBI says. Okay.
Well, why was the FBI trying to cover up?
Well, I can give you one reason. Let's assume that the person who actually did the killings is an FBI asset. Let's assume that.
Okay.
All right. Is that a reason enough for you?
All right.
Yeah, but is there anything that actually points to that?
I can't point to it because I don't have any evidence. That's why I would like to look at the file.
Okay, that actually does make sense.
So do you think we'll ever see the file? We'll ever look at the DNA evidence?
I can't say that. You've got a new director in there now. He has an impressive CV. Even before he was director, I learned his CV because he has a tendency to preface all of his answers with references to his curriculum vitae.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to tell everybody what he's done and how bright he is. That's all well and good, but he gets boring after a while. But he doesn't seem to be like in the typical mold, okay?
Right.
The person that was the FBI director at the time was William H. Webster, who happens to still be alive. I think Judge Webster's about 100 years old now. But what I liked about that is when those 51 stooges signed the letter that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation.
Mm-hmm.
You never saw William Webster's signature on there, and he was both head of the FBI and head of CIA because he's a man of integrity. Okay.
Okay.
So that's what I'm talking about. There's a lot of cleanup work that has to be done. I don't know to what extent they're going to take it, but if I had the answers, I would go public with them. But I can only give the public the same answers I'm giving you. Okay.
All right. So we're going to move on because a lot of text messages. Say hello to Richard. I waited on him every weekend at Lockwood Castle.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we lived in Edgebrook when I was superintendent.
Yes. All right. And then also, so what, obviously you don't live in Illinois anymore. I'm not going to say where you're living, but what do you...
I live on the lovely island of Palm Beach.
Ah, nice. Good for you. You got out. But what do you think of the current state of Chicago policing?
I like Larry Snelling.
Okay.
I like him. I think he's trying to do a good job. I don't like merit appointments to positions, which was started by Daley so that he could increase his clout in the police department. He could take, his friends and his little puppets and make them command personnel, even though they're not smart enough to pass the test. Okay, so I don't like merit appointments. That's a euphemism for the old clout system. Okay, I also think that the police department needs more strength in standing up to issues. Okay, for example, they got torpedoed by Lisa Madigan with that consent decree. They don't need a consent decree. You mean to tell me a federal judge can tell you how to run a police department? What's his experience or her experience running a police department? They don't have
no consent in a consent decree, as I always say.
Yeah, they get a monitor there. What's her experience of running police departments? Everybody thinks that they know how to run a police department, just like everybody can do their own appendectomy if they get an appendicitis attack. Okay? That's how it is. So, they cave into all of this stuff. And, of course, you don't think that you could get any worse, but you did when you get a product of the public school systems in Chicago, a product of the teachers in the public school system, and a product of the teachers union elected mayor. I mean, with a 6.6 approval rating, and this guy's throwing threats around.
Oh, and he thinks he's going to be here for the next 23 years, by the way, too.
I can tell you this. They may not get him on anything else. The government always took credit that we put Al Capone in jail. Only the IRS put Al Capone in jail. And what's his name? Brandon Johnson isn't that smart. You watch and see that, what's going to happen at whatever point in time, because he's not running the city. When he talks about the fact that he's skewing contracts to black people because everybody missed the point in the press. What did he say? Black people are more generous.
Right.
What's that a euphemism for? I mean, they have bigger kickbacks. They have bigger political donations when they get his contracts. What does that mean? But nobody ever asked him, what does it mean that black people are more generous? I know black people are very generous, with the ones that I've dealt with.
Well, he said then he followed up saying they're nicer because we have, like, everyone's our cousin or our aunt.
Oh,
but we have that in the white community too.
That's what I thought.
Like, my friends call my best friend auntie. You know what I'm saying? It's just, he's so pathetic. But in this day and age, would you decide to be a police officer, knowing how litigious this society is now? And if you make the wrong arrest and, you're accused of something, you not only could lose your job and your pension, but you can go to jail.
Well, I understand that, but let me tell you this. I retired from the practice of law in 2016. That's when I retired my license, even though I left Chicago in 2015. I wouldn't want to be a lawyer today either in the system. I'm not only a police officer, I don't want to be a lawyer today either. I'm glad I'm away from all of this craziness, all the nonsense. After I turned 80, which was a few years ago, I made a promise to everybody around me, my whole family. No more long-range plans. Okay, and that's the way I live. I live it day to day and enjoy it to its fullest. Sit back and watch it, and that's about it.
Well, you've earned that.
Yes, you have.
Well, thank you.
And you're getting very positive reviews on our text line. People miss you, and they're giving you shout-outs, but there's too many for me to tell you because we're up against the clock here. But we would love to have you back on some other time, and then some on other.
But I'll tell you this: what's really sad? What's really sad when the family of a deceased officer giving up his or her life for the safety of the people of Chicago have to tell the mayor, "Stay away. We don't want you." Never had that happen. Never had it happen.
And that's happened more than one time here in Chicago with him.
And they also had to do it with the guy who took the toilets out of his mansion to get it reappraised, for which nobody went to jail. They had to tell him to stay away. I never had that issue because Jim Thompson was not going to, who was the governor at the time, Jim Thompson was not going to make a circus or a media event out of a sad, tragic killing of a police officer in the line of duty. Police officers need to get a stronger union. They need to stand up to these thugs at City Hall and in Springfield. They've legislated everything out from under the police officers' feet. It's unbelievable what they've done. I mean, it's like two different worlds in the state of Florida versus the state of Illinois.
I know, Superintendent, we're going to have to leave it there. We're up against the clock, but thank you so much for everything, and we will definitely have you back.
Great. Take care.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank that cares about your business and is invested in your success. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Chris Johnson, CEO of Classic Cinemas and proud customer of Signature Bank. We are a local family-owned business that is known for free refills on all sizes of popcorn, soft drinks, and ices. With over 9,000 heated recliners in 16 locations, we marry the traditions of the past with today's state-of-the-art technology. Throw in a 30-minute guarantee and an after-movie mint, and you have the perfect night out. As we strive to make every guest our priority, Signature Bank does the same with their customers. The team at Signature Bank is interested in taking my company forward. They have all the resources and solutions of the big banks, but they customize their offerings to meet my business needs. The customer always comes first with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality. Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
As you know, our friend Mike Lindell has a passion to help everyone get the best sleep of your life. He didn't stop by simply creating the best pillow. Mike created the best bed sheets ever. They look and feel great, which means an even better night's sleep for me, which is crucial for my busy schedule. Mike is offering the best deal on his Giza Dreams bed sheets. Any size and any color, just $49.98. That's right, you can even get queens, kings, split kings, and cow kings. Any size and any color, just $49.98. Order now because when they're gone, they're gone. Also, for a limited time, when your order is over $100, you'll receive $100 in free digital gifts. Call 800-489-0201. Use promo code LIBERTY or go to mypillow.com. Make sure you use the promo code LIBERTY for the amazing offer of $49.98 on the Giza Dreams sheets, any size and any color. That number again is 800-489-0201. Promo code LIBERTY.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
AM 560, The Answer.
I could have talked to him for hours.
I get it now. My daughters and nieces talk about these true crime podcasts they listen to, and I thought it was all just kid stuff. Then all of a sudden we're in the middle of one, and it was fascinating to me.
So it's a 3-part series. I highly recommend. I'm not giving you a homework assignment, but
sounds like it.
It's really what we did. Just is. The tip of the iceberg.
It's amazing.
And you will form an opinion, I think, by the time you watch the entire 3-part series. All right, thanks to Justin Kosick, thanks to Quinn McCarthy, and thanks to you, Jim Irio. We'll see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning.
Thank you for having me.
At 5 a.m. It is now 9 a.m. WIND Chicago.
The ceasefire is in effect. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. President Trump posted that on Truth Social after a few hours of frustration, especially with Israel.
So I'm not happy with them.
I'm not happy with Iran either.
Telling reporters before taking off for the NATO summit this morning, both had violated the ceasefire right after the agreement took effect.
These guys got to calm down.
President Trump demanded Israeli warplanes return home and not continue striking Iran after Israel said Iran fired missiles into its cities hours after a ceasefire took hold. Displaying his frustration, the president used an expletive, saying the two countries have been fighting so long they don't know what to do.
Well, that's Fox's Jared Halpern in the White House. Now on Air Force One, the president called Israel's prime minister and then posted on Truth Social, Israel's planes will turn around and not attack Iran, which also launched missiles right before the ceasefire took effect. One hit a building in Beersheba, killing a family of 4 Israelis. The president also talked to reporters on the flight to the NATO summit in the Netherlands, where the Ukraine issue and war will be a topic, and he referenced Russian President Putin.
Vladimir called me up. He said, can I help you with Iran? I said, no, I don't need help with Iran. I need help with you. And I hope we're going to be getting a deal done with Russia. It's a shame. 6,000 soldiers died last week.
He might meet with Ukraine's President Zelensky during that NATO summit. Later today, the House and then the Senate will get classified briefings on the U.S. airstrikes against Iran.
It comes as Democrats like House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries have criticized the Trump administration, saying top congressional leaders and Intelligence Committee members have not been briefed.
It's not optional, Donald. It's not.
A majority of Republicans are defending the strike, arguing it set Iran's nuclear capabilities back decades.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz. At the House this hour, Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell will testify hours after the president, who keeps demanding big interest rate cuts, called Powell very dumb and hard-headed. But the Fed chair plans to tell lawmakers they can continue to wait and see on the economy before cutting rates. America's listening to Fox News.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Heat advisory continues in the area with some heavy thunderstorms that could even produce some damaging winds this afternoon. Temperature gets to 90, and then we dip down to 68 with still some thunderstorms around. This is meteorologist Jeff Nordine on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Make sure that you never miss a day of Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson when you subscribe to the Chicago's Morning Answer podcast, presented by Signature Bank. Listen to the entire show each day on demand with limited commercial breaks. You can subscribe today for free at 560theanswer.com and click on podcasts or search for Chicago's Morning Answer on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
We all know the importance of good daily habits, whether it's getting your steps in, stretching those limbs, or eating right. Doing it on the regular is key. That's why if you're dealing with everyday aches and pain, it's time to bring Relief Factor into your routine. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a special formula of 4 natural ingredients. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So call 1-800-4-RELIEF and try their 3-week quick start for only $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Simply call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're having pain, don't let it keep you from living the life you want. Make Relief Factor part of your daily routine. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
Welcome back to Ask Hasslis.
How do you get pee out of an old mattress?
By trading in that old mattress for a new Beauty Rest or Sealy Posturepedic.
But that'll cost a lot of money.
Not at Hasslis Mattress. Through Monday, trade in your old mattress and get additional savings of $248 off a queen and $348 off a king. Plus, next day delivery and haul away of the old mattress for P.
What was that?
Sorry, I meant for free.
Sure you did.
Open 9 to 9. Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hasslis.com.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, doctors Economos, Gave Alice, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology such as titanium implants, Invisalign Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930, 630-830-4930, or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.